Namago Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Jivana Samveniti Namate Namaste Saraswati Devi Gurvani Bacha Neke Nivasesha Shunyavadi Masyacha Desatarane Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Siva Sadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Hare Jada Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol, Hare Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Narad, Goloka, Goloka, Radhe. Jaya Hey, Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe. Jai Radhe. So, Jai Om Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Paragadacharya, also Teta Satashi Shimad, His Divine Grace by Acharana Bhaktivedanta Goswami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shiva Siddhi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinath Shyamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Vrindavanam Ki Jai, Mathuram Ki Jai, Jagadata Swami Ki Jai, Yamunamai Ki Jai, Shrimati Lasi Devi Ki Jai, Samveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Gaur Premananda Hari Hari Bol. All glory is the assembled devotees, all glory is the assembled devotees, all glory is the assembled devotees, all glory is to Shri Guru and Gauranga, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Chinamati Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachardi Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatchadejatardi.
Thank you all for coming to our 6th Bhakti Jivana session, a very special one with His Holiness Bir Krishna Maharaj. And also, I didn't get a chance to yet introduce Sri Radhika Mataji, who flew in from Naperville, Illinois. So a huge round of applause to Sri Radhika Mataji.
She's the co-teacher, and she's extremely expert. She teaches in China, online. And her spiritual master, Ramapad Maharaj, has given her the service of teaching empathic communication all over the world, basically in China and other places, right? And of course, we ask everyone to pray for the quick recovery for Ramapad Maharaj, because he had a slight stroke and he's actually pretty recovered right now. So we ask everyone to pray. So, yeah, she's very expert. And actually, well, I can't say she taught me everything. She started taking up empathic communication after the seminar I gave in Gita Nagari. After we taught empathic communication, and most of the devotees decided to leave Krishna consciousness after that seminar, because they thought Krishna consciousness, no, I'm just joking. So anyway, so she took it up, and she and a number of other devotees, Nityananda Pran, some others, really got trained up as trainers, and now she's going through the course in nonviolent communication, becoming a certified trainer in this worldwide organization that's quite a famous worldwide organization that resolves conflicts between the Israelis and the Arabs. At least they've tried. So that's her. So what else?
Perfect. I mean, who could give a better intro to Sri Radhika Mataji? I don't think Gurudev said all the words, but outside of empathic communication training, she also has a bachelor's degree in human resources management. So she has a lot of experience working with people and like conflict resolution, as Maharaj said. And outside of all of that, just as a devotee and as a person, she's one of the most approachable people you will meet. So hopefully if you have any questions, please direct to Mataji and she will be so happy to help. She's very sweet. So we're very excited to hear from Gurudev and Sri Radhika Mataji. But before we get started, actually about Gurudev too, some points that some of you might not know, but he actually studied nonviolent communication under Dr. Marshall Rosenberg for empathic communication. He rebranded it to empathic communication and has been distributing that knowledge for over 2 decades, training many, many devotees like Sri Radhika Mataji to continue spreading that knowledge so that we can apply it in our day-to-day lives, in our everyday relationships, whether it be through parenting, through conflict resolution, and leadership. So this is a very practical opportunity for us to improve ourselves and our relationships with others so that we can improve in our bhakti every day. So before we get started, I just wanted to go over some logistics. We have some water back there in case anyone needs during the session. We'll have lunch break at 1 p.m., and then that will go for 45 minutes, and then we'll restart again.
Can we do a 1 hour lunch break instead of a 40?
Oh, 1 hour?
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll start back at around 2 p.m. So if we're starting at 2 p.m., we just want to make sure that we come on time. We're respectful about cleaning up quickly and then getting back into our spots. I mean, everyone is already set up wonderfully. So if we can continue to maintain this focused environment, then we can absorb as much as possible from this very special session with His Holiness Bir Krishna Maharaj and Sri Radhika Mataji. Thank you so much.
Phew, that was a big introduction. So, as in all my seminars, I'd like to start by reading something from Srila Prabhupada. And this, of course, is the translation. I'm not going to read the whole purport, or any of the purport. From the Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 21st chapter, text 31. And this is Lord Kapila Dev speaking to his father, Kardama Muni. Showing compassion to all living entities, you will attain self-realization, giving assurance of safety to all. You will perceive your own self as well as all the universes in me and myself in you. So that's a specific instruction from Krishna in the form of Lord Kapila Dev, how we can become Krishna conscious very, very quickly. So I'm going to explain what empathy is. This is called empathic communication, just to give a brief overview. So basically, empathy, I'll tell you what it's not. It's not a management tool. It's not a tool so you can manipulate people like Radhika doesn't. Oh, sorry. I'm just teasing. This joke, you have to forgive me, I joke a lot. She's HR manager, and she learns how to, anyway, control people. So it's not a tool for controlling people. It's a tool for connecting to people. And it allows you to resolve conflicts in what we call a win-win way. Now, this is not mediation. Mediation means you have a specific conflict and you make a deal with the other person, basically, so you resolve that specific conflict. But this is transformational. Transformational means you resolve the relationship. You transform the relationship with the other person. So mediation is good. Let's say if you have some conflict, you're buying some real estate and the person is asking too much and you don't want to pay that price. So you may call in a mediator to help you with that particular circumstance. But this is to have personal relationships, not only with other people, but with yourself. And it requires something called honesty and also vulnerability. Vulnerability means to admit, beginning with yourself, your needs and your feelings, and ultimately coming to the point where we're able to talk to others, if you have a relationship with others, or you want to have a relationship with others, of being vulnerable to express your emotions. I know that's quite hard in Indian culture. Expressing yourself. Everybody is taught in Indian culture what we call a stiff upper lip. You heard that expression before? Just like, everything's all right. But if everything's not all right, express yourself. And if everything's not all right. But that requires a lot of self-confidence. So that's part of the course. We're going to help you develop self-confidence, faith in Krishna, and ultimately, here's a big plus. We'll teach you how to be Krishna conscious without chanting 16 rounds, without having to chant 16 rounds, without having to chant any rounds, without what? Having to offer your food to Krishna. That's a pretty big plus. Without waking up early in the morning. Having to wake up early in the morning. Anyway, having to, let's put that word, having to work. So that may be very attractive to you. And also part of this course, we can learn how to develop compassionate communities. So, but it basically means to free ourselves from certain types of past conditioning, ways of acting, ways of thinking. So empathy itself is a focus on emotions, feelings, and needs, space, wonder, caring, without analysis, without our mental analysis. So one thing I see, and one thing that is borne out through statistics, is that we generally find that people who are in a religious society are less empathic, less caring, this is an interesting statistic, than people outside of the religious society. That's really interesting. You would think, you're connecting with God, you should become loving, empathic, open. Can anybody have any ideas why not? Raise your hand if you have any ideas. Yeah, why? We need a mic person. Why people in religious societies, the question is why people in religious societies tend to be less empathic, less loving, less compassionate than people who are not. And I'm including ISKCON.
So I think I was trying to say that if one wants to open one's heart, be open, not knowing the complete situation, that person putting himself or herself to be exploited. This goes on everywhere, so it's a difficult thing. It takes some time. But again, as you said, why it is missing from the society, including even religious organizations.
Well, especially religious organizations. Yes, Adishinaram Prabhu. We need a mic runner here.
Well, I think one point that comes to my mind is in religious societies, there is so much emphasis on just rules and regulations. Chant 16 rounds, do this. And when emotions are brought up, it's like, that's secondary. Don't focus on that. Just focus on the rules and regulations.
Yes, you brought up a very important point. However, what I was getting to, that's actually true too, that we focus too much on the externals and not so much on the internals. In other words, as I often express, we focus on the how, what, and where, and not the why. That's an easy way to remember it. But the primary reason, according to the analyses, is that in religious societies, we have many words, labels for others, such as we have in ISKCON. If someone is not part of ISKCON, they're what? Can someone give me a word or two? Karmi. Give me another word. What? Rakshasa? Did I hear Rakshasa? Did I hear meat eater? Non-devotee. Did I hear a demon from anyone? What? Malecha. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the Sanskrit. Malecha, Yavana, Rakshasa, Chandala. Wow. We have a lot of good words. And so in religious societies in general, they have a lot of words for people who are not members, and also words for people who are members. You know, lazy, useless, good for nothing. You know, he's in Maya. She's a Maya Devi. I'm sure some of you heard that. So we tend to label people. Religious societies are infamous for doing this, for putting labels on people. And what happens when we do that, is that we see people through the label. Whether that is a national label, a gender label, religious label, we're very much accustomed to seeing people like that. And that's called static language, which is not ecstatic. There's a difference between static and ecstatic. Static means it doesn't change. You know, if you say, give you an example of the difference between static and dynamic language, is that you say to someone, "You're stupid." Well, I'm sure the person's not stupid 24 hours a day, right? Sometimes they act intelligently. And we do that to ourselves. How many of you, when you've made a mistake, say about yourself, "I'm an idiot"? Raise your hand, you know. What a jerk I am. So, in this way, you're conditioning yourself even to think about yourself in a way that's not dynamic, in a way that's not representative of you. And sociologists have investigated different societies where they don't have the verb to be. In other words, you can't say, "I am an idiot," because the verb to be is not there. It's called a processed language. The verb to be is not there, so all you can say is, "Oh, I acted improperly." You know, that's processed language. And in those societies, there's a lot less conflict. Interesting. Because you can't put a label on people. Big problems with put a label. Of course, labels are called upadhis in Sanskrit. And we find the verse, "Sarva padivanir muktam tat paratrain, anirmalam rishikeno rishikesha, sevanam bhakti uchate," that one has to overcome, transcend, eliminate these upadhis, these designations, in order to be Krishna conscious. Of course, we have a real designation for the self, which is part and parcel of Krishna. Mame vangsa jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana. So once we realize that and don't see people through a static expression, we can develop closer relationships with people and with ourselves. So, just to summarize, empathic communication. I wish I had the other chart here. I wish we had a flip chart. It's coming, just now coming. Empathic communication is based on the understanding that we all have needs. And every single, I wasn't able to here, but I was hoping for the flip chart for this. Every single here, every single feeling we have, every single action we take is actually coming from a desire to fulfill a particular need. Now, this need-based understanding originally was elaborated by a psychologist named Maslow. Some of you may have heard of Maslow. Maslow is famous for his hierarchy of needs. Now, this is also corroborated by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur in many of his writings, and we have some quotes from Bhakti Vinod Thakur, that people have basic needs, they have higher needs, and ultimately they have a need for Krishna consciousness, to be Krishna conscious. So, unfortunately, I don't have the chart here, but I can describe this. I try to make copies for everybody, but my printer had a breakdown, my stupid printer. So just to give you an idea, we have physical needs, like air, food, water, light, protection, movement. These are all physical needs. And the point is, unless you fulfill these particular needs, you can't move on to higher needs. So there's the physical needs, and then we also have needs for play, fun, to the microphone, keeps going out. Play, fun, recreation. Okay, this is better. Give me a second. We have needs for interactions with others, interdependence needs. And we have needs for autonomy, being able to make our own decisions and choices in life. We have needs to celebrate. We have needs for personal integrity, which is means, to break that down a little bit, is creativity, meaning, and self-worth. And ultimately, we have needs to connect to Krishna. So every single action, thought, is based upon our attempts to fulfill needs. Is that clear? Very, very important point. That is the essence of empathic communication. So, in order to understand that, when we interact with others, or we're introspective with ourselves, we should analyze things according to the need that is being attempted to be fulfilled. Okay. So that's the summary of empathic communication. And now, as far as the details of empathic communication, I just want to read another quote from Srila Prabhupada. This is from the Bhagavatam, 1st canto, 6th chapter, text 37. Quote from Sutta Goswami. Thus addressing Vyasadeva, Srila Narada Muni took leave of him, and vibrating on his Veena instrument, he left to wander at his free will. And Srila Prabhupada comments that every living being is anxious for full freedom because that is his transcendental nature. And this freedom is obtained only through the transcendental service of the Lord. Illusioned by the external energy, everyone thinks that he is free, but actually he is bound up by the laws of nature. A conditioned soul cannot freely move from one place to another, even on this earth, or what to speak of one planet to another. But a full-fledged free soul like Narada, always engaged in chanting the Lord's glory, is free to move not only on earth, but also in any part of the universe, as well as in any part of the spiritual sky. We can just imagine the extent and unlimitedness of his freedom, which is as good as that of the Supreme Lord. There is no reason or obligation for his traveling, and no one can stop him from his free movement. Similarly, the transcendental system of devotional service is also free. It may or may not develop in a particular person, even after he undergoes all the detailed formulas. That's interesting, isn't it? In other words, it's exactly as Aditya Narayan Prabhu was saying, that if we take Krishna consciousness as just a system of rules and regulations and think we're going to be successful just by following those rules and regulations, that's called niyam agraha, which means not considering the purpose or not being focused on the purpose of performing the rules and regulations. We don't say give up the rules and regulations. Now, I mentioned in the beginning that we're going to teach you how to be Krishna conscious without chanting 16 rounds. Now, some of you may have a question mark about that. I'm going to answer that. Without having to chant 16 rounds. So, when we do things because we have to do them, we're obliged to do them, and we don't do them because we want to do them, we want to connect to Krishna specifically in terms of the rules and regulations. That's a disconnect. Niyamagraha again. So if we want to be Krishna conscious, we should be performing the rules and regulations. I'm not saying give up the rules and regulations, but do them with the intention, with the desire, with the heartfelt need to connect to Krishna and to please Krishna, ultimately. Let me continue with this purport. Because Prabhupada said, I'm going to repeat this. It may or may not develop in a particular person even after he undergoes all detailed formulas. Similarly, the association of the devotee is also free. One may be fortunate to have it, or one may not have it, even after thousands of endeavors. Therefore, in all spheres of devotional service, freedom is the main pivot. Without freedom, there is no execution of devotional service. The freedom surrendered to the Lord does not mean that the devotee becomes dependent in every respect. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the basic techniques. Whoop. Oh, why don't you hold on to that? Because otherwise I'll go over. The basic techniques of empathic communication. Now, empathic communication is not the techniques, but the techniques are there to help us understand empathic communication. Because ultimately, empathic communication is actually just being open with our own needs and being connected to other people's needs and feelings. Ultimately, that's it. But how to achieve that? Just like in Krishna consciousness, we have our do-nots, right? Which Prabhupada called donuts. He said we have so many donuts in the Krishna conscious movement, or do-nots, that's the way Prabhupada pronounced it. So we have, what, 4 regulated principles. No meat, fish, or eggs, no intoxication, no illicit sex, and no gambling. That's a do-not. You have positive and negative injunctions. So there's do-nots in empathic communication, or things that impede empathy or impede connection. So we have 4 Ds that block communication. Try to remember these 4 Ds from do not. The first one we actually hinted at, it's called diagnosis. In other words, labeling. Okay. In other words, labeling someone or labeling ourselves with a static label. We mentioned that? Stupid, useless, non-devotee. So this is a disconnect. A disconnect with other people, with ourselves. So this is a very important point. As soon as we have this static label, then we cut off communication at that point. So if you see, just to give an example, if you see someone who is, let's say, does something wrong. All right, let's say you're driving a car, someone cuts you off. You stupid idiot. You know, it cuts off whatever communication. You come out of the car and you're angry and you're yelling at the person. That doesn't accomplish anything. So that's the first block of communication. And second block of communication is called denial of responsibility. In other words, I'll give you an example. Someone may say, "It's your fault I'm angry. You made me angry." You're blaming another person or an external factor or a diagnosis on your situation. You may say, I drink alcohol because I'm an alcoholic. It's denial of responsibility. Or you may even get into an interpersonal situation where you say, I lied because the temple president told me to lie. Or, what happened in World War II? Just following orders. Denial of personal responsibility. I'm angry because I'm a conditioned soul. That's a big one. So, Krishna always gives us a choice. So we're going to do a little exercise right now. We're going to ask you all, you can do that yourselves, think of a few things that you have to do you're forced to do, and then rephrase that in terms of what needs you were fulfilling by doing that. All right, we'll give you 2 minutes to think of something. And then we'll go around and okay. Okay. It wasn't 2 minutes. Okay. Does anyone want to volunteer? Things that you have to do, you have no control over? Yeah. You have to what? You have to wash the dishes. How do you feel about that? She doesn't like it. Why do you do it? Because you're what? Yeah, your meeting is physical. So here's an interesting example. Radhika said that I have to wash the dishes after cooking. And that sort of energy, when you're washing the dishes after cooking with that attitude, how do you feel?
Grumpy.
Grumpy.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I should have just.
Oops. So you feel grumpy, angry,
Maybe.
but grumpy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, grumpy. So we'll just finish with her.
We missed the middle part of it. What need is she fulfilling?
Oh, wait, yeah. So she has a need for cleanliness. So I'm not saying, or I'm not asking her to stop washing the dishes. But if she wants to be empathic or connect with herself or connect with her needs, she can be thinking that I'm washing the dishes because I have this need for cleanliness. But if she's thinking, feeling that I'm washing the dishes because I have to, she'll be a miserable camper. So if I'm chanting my rounds, I have to chant my rounds, getting back to that example, then I'm not going to be chanting nicely, I'm not going to be attentive, I'm going to be chanting to get them done. Like Prabhupada said one time as he was moving his counter beads down, finishing 16 rounds, Prabhupada said, now I'm finished with my rounds, I can do any damn thing. So when you're chanting your rounds, or let's say washing the dishes, I'm doing this because I really have a need for cleanliness. And when you're chanting your rounds, I'm chanting my rounds because I have a need to connect with Krishna. Anyone else want to share? Yes. Why don't you get the mic? We need the mic moved around.
Sometimes when my husband is away, I have to take my son to the soccer game. That happens after the whole days of work and, of course, the household chores that you have to do. And there I have to take, of course, because it is important for him, and I take it as a responsibility so that I can connect with him at that level, and
Right.
because it is important to him, it becomes my responsibility whether anyone takes him or not. So yeah, that's the need I have to fulfill there.
So how do you feel when you're doing it?
Well, I must confess that I do feel that it's an additional thing, but I feel that that becomes my responsibility because it's important to him. So I feel good after I do that.
Good.
That I could attempt such a thing after my whole days of work, and it makes me happy if he reaches there on time. His happiness is also important to me.
Good, good. So your need is to connect with your son and, connect in relationship with your son. And that need is fulfilled by the strategy of taking him to soccer. That's good. So you don't feel resentful or anything while you're doing it?
Not while I do it, but of course, when you have to do it, you feel that, oh, this is an additional thing that I have to take, and I have to come back and cook, and all the other responsibilities stay that way. Yes, and then I also say sorry to him that I'm being this way, but this is something I have to do, and I do take responsibility of if I say something resentful.
So if you would concentrate on the need of connecting with your son, then these other, let's say, feelings, resentfulness, whatever, would not be so prominent.
No.
So it's not that we can get rid of certain feelings, but if we replace those feelings by connecting with the needs, feelings that make us feel better.
Yeah.
That's really important. So I should go through this chart right now that you see behind me. We can identify when our needs are not being fulfilled or not being met by different feelings. We all have feelings. Now, we're not talking here about thoughts. Someone may think, a thought, I am, trying to think of a thought. Yeah, like I am disappointed in you, or I feel that you're an idiot. That's not a feeling. Or I feel that you're hopeless, or I feel that I'm good. Those aren't feelings. Feelings are something that comes from the heart, from the gut. So we can understand when our feelings are indicating needs that are not met by feelings such as being afraid, aggravated, agitated. We have a whole list here. You can go through and look at these later. Fearful, fidgety, forlorn, frightened, frustrated, furious, gloomy, guilty, etc. And when our needs are being met, we have these feelings that make us feel good, such as being appreciative, ardent, astonished, blissful, breathless, buoyant, I go through the whole list here. So it's important to analyze the needs behind the feelings to see whether the needs are being met or not being met. So anybody else have an example of something you have to do? Yes, Jayashree, you have. Microphone? Oh. What?
There are many policies at work that I must follow, that I feel like I have to follow. Not to get too specific, but working in a hospital, there are a lot of rules, and
Right.
there are a lot of federal regulations in addition to state regulations. So sometimes it feels more like a have to than a choose to.
So if you can rephrase it to I choose to.
Rephrase it to I choose
I
to.
choose to follow these things. Why? Why are you choosing to follow these things?
I am choosing because I have a need to support my family. I have a need to be good at what I do and be a good doctor, and I have a need to help my patients. At the same time, sometimes I become in conflict with what I think is a regulation versus
Oh, it's conflicting with your need.
It's conflicting with my need to actually, what I would, in my opinion, would see as something else that would be more helpful than what the policy accomplishes.
But if you don't comply with a policy, you won't have a job. You won't be able to fulfill any of your needs.
Exactly. And so it's walking a fine line of finding what things I can choose to do that will comfort a person, educate a person, help a person, and follow the policy. But sometimes it does create a conflict.
Yeah. But if you think strategically that I'm doing this for accomplishing my needs,
yes, then it makes it simpler to follow the policy. If I focus on the needs,
then you're connected with your needs.
then I'm connected with my needs.
Yes. This is a strategy
Okay.
to fulfill the need.
This is a strategy to fulfill the need.
Yeah. So you can concentrate on the need, to connect to people, to help people.
Okay.
And then in this world, we can't always pick our own strategies. But if you're in a situation where you're not fulfilling your need, then you need to make a change.
Good point. Thank you.
But if this is the most effective strategy to fulfill the need to connect to people, to help people, which seems to be what you want, and also support and maintain your family, then you see it as a strategy.
Yes. So to recap what you said for my own understanding, that when I'm at work and I'm following a particular rule or policy connected to the need
Yeah,
that as to why I'm doing this.
right.
And when I focus on the need, then I can become more aligned with what I'm doing.
Yeah,
However, if I find this happening over and over again, then I may need to change what I'm doing.
yeah. And if your needs are not being fulfilled by this particular strategy,
If my needs aren't fulfilled by the particular strategy,
then you may have to think outside the box.
think outside the box and change the strategy.
That's right.
Okay. Thank
Very
you.
good. So we had one other person, one or two other people there.
Hare Krishna Gurudev. I have to keep working even though I want to retire, because I need to support my family, and that is very frustrating for me.
Yeah. So your need is to connect with your family, to help your family, support your family, and you're doing this out of love, with the energy of love for your family, right?
Yes.
So that's good.
No, but I want to move closer to the temple.
But instead of thinking, I have to do this, I'm choosing. I am choosing. You know, it's a simple word substitution. Instead of I have to work to support my family, I'm choosing to work because you always have a choice. I mean, you could take sannyas. In every endeavor, we always have a choice. I mean, the one example that's given by Marshall Rosenberg is if someone comes up to you and puts a gun to your head and says, "Give me your money," do you have a choice? Yeah, you do. You could not give the money and get shot. So that way, even if you're giving the thief money, you can be happy. I saved my life. So even if you're doing something that ostensibly, normally, you would not choose to do, you could say, I'm choosing to give my wallet to this thief so I can live. So, but there's still the choice. I'm not saying, yeah, obviously that's the choice you would obviously make if a thief held a gun to your head, isn't it? So why not be joyful about it? So of course that's an extreme example. But we can be joyful about going to work. Or another thing is, you know, waking up early in the morning. You know, I know don't hide. So some people say, I can't wake up in the morning. Why can't they wake up in the morning? Because for many years, they have heard you have to get up in the morning. And if they don't get up in the morning, they're called so many names. You know, he comes from Brazil, where they tend to be a little heavy and emotional. So you get called names, and after a while, remember we talked about the need for autonomy? After a while, that being forced to do something, you have to do it, will result in the person rebelling internally. He's not aware of it. But he has an internal rebellion. Sorry about this. He doesn't mind. Internal rebellion because he's heard so many times, you got to get up, you got to get up, you got to get up in the morning. Oh, sorry, that's a song. So, what's the solution? I mean, I get up early in the morning, but I never think that I have to get up early in the morning. If I thought like that, I would be like a child rebelling against his mother. No. Because there's a little child in every one of us who wants to make his own choices. I'm sure your parents will, you who are parents, will actually experience that with your children. That the children become very rebellious, especially when you get to what, the terrible twos or the horrible threes or whatever they call it. Because the children are trying to make their own choices in life, express their individual autonomy. And if you can rephrase in your mind getting up in the morning, let's go back to getting up in the morning, that I'm choosing to get up in the morning because I want to connect with Krishna, instead of, if I don't get up in the morning, there's that horrible sannyasi who's going to tease me about it. I know you're not thinking like that. Because that's naturally going to make you rebellious, right? So we have to learn to, we don't have to, but it's an interesting, good strategy to learn how to rephrase that in our mind. I'm choosing to do this for a specific purpose, fulfill a specific need, and to allow others who may be working with you to make their own choices. And that means for a parent who wants to encourage their children to learn how to make the right choices in life, so to actually work with their children so that they can actually express their individuality and make choices and spend time with the children so you can facilitate them in making their own choices in life. We'll get into children later on in the seminar. So, anybody else? Yeah, in the back there we have someone. Microphone?
I think I don't need it, okay. Okay, I have a situation at workplace where my boss, who I feel that doesn't have the domain of the technology knowledge, but he gives me hours of words of his wisdom, which I have to patiently listen, and like with a smile on my face, and feel like, yeah, I think you make sense, but I'm internally knowing that he doesn't make sense. But I have chosen to listen peacefully for two reasons. As you rightly said, one, for my own sanity and peace, not to pick every battle. And second is because I want that flexibility at workplace to grow up my son. That's how I've chosen to manage myself in those situations.
Okay, and why are you working?
I'm working to bring up my son. And for my own satisfaction that I have put the learnings to some practical use.
Mm-hmm. That's good. So your need is to connect and bring up your son.
Right.
So therefore, if you're thinking of that need, I oftentimes give the example of a bank teller who works in the bank. Obviously, bank tellers work in the bank. And she's sitting in a little tiny booth all day long, which is a pretty miserable situation. Like if I would ask you, or any of you, to sit in like a little tiny booth all day long, counting other people's money, not even your own money. I mean, I could sit counting Krishna's money all day long. That's misery. It's like, but she's thinking at the same time of her, not of her husband, obviously, but of her children. If you look in that little booth in the bank, there's a picture of little Susie or Petunia or whatever her children are called. And she's looking and she's feeling love for them at the same time. So if you concentrate on your son and his welfare while you're doing that, and you phrase it or rephrase it, that I'm choosing to do this for the boss or whatever, because I want my son to have whatever, education,
Yep.
proper facility, everything like that.
So true. Thank you.
So it's a question of rephrasing that rather than thinking we're forced, we have to do something, I'm choosing. Okay, one other question, and then we can go.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for this seminar.
Oh, there you go.
Guru Maharaj, I'm going back to sleeping
Sleeping.
early and getting up early. I love
Okay.
to do that, but I don't do that sometimes because I have to sleep for certain number of hours so that I don't fall asleep while driving. I hate that. It's dangerous. So,
That's good.
but I choose to sleep late because during the weekdays, my son is in Seattle. There is a 3-hour time difference. When he comes back home, we chant, we read from Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam and from other books too. I love to do that. He loves to do that. And during the weekend, I choose to go to Bhakti Viksh programs because it brings me closer to Krishna and I feel spiritually nourished in Sadhu Sangha. So I have to sleep late sometime in the morning, but I choose to do that.
Again, in other words, rephrasing. I'm choosing, taking responsibility. I'm choosing to sleep late because I have this particular need to fulfill. So otherwise, you could feel guilty about the whole situation. So you're probably experiencing a little guilt because you're sleeping late, right? Am I right? Yes. Yeah. So instead, I'm choosing to do this. It fulfills my need. And this is the most important thing. Sometimes with needs, you have to prioritize. Prioritize means, like in anything in life, we can't do everything we want to do. We can't fulfill every need we have. We have to prioritize the most important needs. So that's really important. So that's good. So you're connecting with your son, you're connecting in your Bhakti Vriksha. So therefore, you're choosing to rest late. And also, out of safety, which is really important, because you get in an accident if you don't get enough sleep at night, you're choosing to get more rest at night. So choosing, as long as we can think like that, then at that point, we're connecting with our needs and we're happy doing what we're doing. Does that make sense? Yes. Yeah, maybe we should go, yeah. So wake up early. Anyway, he won't do it. So the next disconnect, the third D. What?
Can I add something?
Oh yeah, why don't you add something?
So I just wanted to share examples from my own life, because I think that's what I bring, which is, Maharaj is so transcendental, and I'm right down here. So what I want to share today are examples from my life, and maybe that'll be of some service to you. So one of the things that I learned from Maharaj is this have to and choose to several years ago. And before that, I used to have a lot of problems with varicose veins, like, so much problem with varicose veins. I used to use compression stockings all the time. This was years and years of medical treatment. Nothing helped. And I realized coming from this, I have to cook, I have to clean the dishes, I have to work, I have all of this. Because language is not just a communication to the outside world. Language is a communication to our own brain, right? So that's why empathic communication is not just a communication to, interpersonal, it's intrapersonal. So when Maharaj helped me shift from have to chant my rounds, have to clean, have to work, to I am choosing to work because it brings me a certain kind of financial stability, and it helps my children, go to soccer, or get these resources, or I choose to cook because I enjoy serving prasadam to my family. And with that, within maybe 3 to 4, 6 months, my varicose veins problems have been completely resolved. Like, no need for compression stock, no need for nothing.
Oh.
So I'm just sharing that as an example and a testimonial of this is very powerful stuff, interpersonally, but also intrapersonally within ourselves. And then I wanted to go back and give an example of the first principle.
Okay.
So this is, we're going back. So the first thing Maharaj covered was the basic principle of empathic communication, which is all human behavior is an attempt to meet needs. Okay? And then the second thing we're on, we'll get back to that, but I wanted to give an example of that first thing. And so a few years ago, I am doing Mangal Arati, okay? And I have 2 boys and I homeschool them. And they're behind me having a battle of Kurukshetra. I mean, it is crazy behind me, okay? So I have the lamp in my hand and I turn around and I tell them, if you don't stop screaming, I'm gonna burn you with this lamp. Ooh, that's right. Ooh is right. Okay, so that is a moment of completely being out of this consciousness, right? But how do I meet myself in a way that helps me learn and grow? Because learning does not happen in an environment of shame, yeah? Have you ever tried shaming someone into like, oh, you're too this, or you're too, you know, why don't you ever? People don't learn out of that. We don't learn when we shame ourselves either. So this is that moment when I say, terrible strategy, very traumatic for a 10 and a 12-year-old at the time, but it was an attempt to meet a need, okay? So what need could I possibly have had at that time? Any guesses? Think of a mom, you know, doing arati. Need for peace. What else? Support. Yeah, like, you know, let's do this together. Like, engage them in the service to people, right? Give them some tasks that they can also perform. Yeah, so I have this need for my kids also to experience a level of Krishna consciousness when arati is going on, harmony, some sense of efficiency. I mean, you know, I work, I homeschool, you know, like I need to get through my day. So when I meet myself with this understanding that I'm just a human being trying to do the best I can to meet my needs, that's not condoning my behavior, okay? Terrible strategy. I've done the repair work multiple times. But that opens up the room to improve and grow, okay? Similarly, if somebody else, and God knows we all commit mistakes, right? When somebody else does something that's extremely violent and harmful, this process of empathic communication helps us say, oh, they're just doing the best they can to meet their needs, and meet them with that empathy and compassion. So I wanted to share those 2 examples. Thank you, Maharaj. And now we're back to the 4 Ds of disconnection.
Okay. And that light, can you put on that video that I gave you? Because you'll get a chance to see how her children have progressed because of her involvement in empathic communication and the children's involvement in empathic communication.
This is how empathic communication changed our family and our family's relationships within our house.
So when Bir Krishna Maharaj came to our house, he turned my mom from a monster to a mother.
Yeah.
You're so stupid.
Well, instead of judging me, can you express your feelings and needs?
I have a need that you're feeling stupid.
Okay, anyways.
As you can see, we're really peaceful in a family with empathic communication.
But on a serious note, well, me and my mom's relationships have really improved. I can see, like, she's really starting to support me more, and I'm really starting to get closer with them, and also with my dad, except he's out of town all the time. Anyways, thank you, Bir Krishna Maharaj.
Thank you! Now I can play all the video games I want.
Okay. The third block of communication is called demands. So remember, we had diagnosis, denial. Third one is demands. That is language that implies when we speak to someone that if they don't do what we say, they're going to be in trouble or we're going to be very unhappy, especially when dealing with children. Parents make these demands with children all the time. If you don't in your room right now, you're not going to get dessert. So, and of course, this disconnects people, or disconnects children especially, from doing things with their heart. So when we approach people and we have some specific need or we want them to do something, it should be a request, especially with children and with anybody. If you are willing to do this with an open heart, and if you say no, it's all right with me, it won't hurt the relationship, I have another strategy to accomplish this. In other words, you really should have another strategy. Like for example, sometimes I will say to Leela Shakti that, can I come over there for dinner tonight? Or lunch, whatever. And it shouldn't be like, oh my God, he wants to come again, he's demanding. If I say it with that energy, it will really hurt the relationship. And then plus, the food won't taste good. Because all of our anger and resentfulness is going to be there in the food. No, it won't, obviously. But, you know, of course, that's a guru-disciple relationship. But let's take a husband-wife relationship. In many cases, the husband is demanding. In many cases, the wife is demanding too. So, what sort of relationship? Oh, I got to serve that guy again. Isn't it? He's really grumpy today. You know, so, because there's an inherent demand built into certain types of relationships. You know, whether it's the guru relationship or the husband-wife relationship, demands, because you are a husband, you are a wife, you have to do this. That's your duty. Because you're a mother, you're my mother, you have to do it. You have to clean my clothes. So what sort of relationship is that? That's a very, very painful, dry relationship, isn't it? So when we're approaching people, especially in these close relationships, it should be with the mentality, only if you are happy to do this. Not just willing, but only if you can do this happily and joyfully. I mean, I have a philosophy that I won't do anything unless I enjoy doing it. So we should approach people with that idea in mind, that they should enjoy, be happy in doing something, and if they're not, I have another strategy. I mean, let's give the example. Let's say if I approach a disciple, can you cook? Well, let's take Sundari. She makes some things for me. And I say, would you be willing to make, oh my God, cream? Oh, it's not ice cream. I don't take milk. And she says, you have to be attuned to see if she's just like, ugh. Yes, Guru Maharaj. Or say, yeah, do it. And she has such a interesting service attitude that she usually, I can tell because she says, "Oh, thank you for giving me the service. I'm grateful." She used the word grateful a lot. You have to be. Remember that. So it should be done with the spirit of happiness. And so we should approach people when we make a request. If you're willing to do it, we may not say it in so many words, but can you do this? And we observe not only what they say, we don't just hear what they say in response. It's important to be aware of body language. Like if someone says in response, "Yes, I'm happy to do it." You see this all the time. And so be aware and be connected, because most communication is not words. Most communication is tone of voice and body language. That's why you do not want to try to resolve a conflict through email. That's why when you look at some posting on Facebook and you look at the comments below, it generally degenerates into negative comments, right? Because words are only, 5-6% of communication. Body language, tone of voice is most of communication. So empathic communication means to be able to see someone's body language and to hear someone's tone of voice. Does anyone here enjoy hearing a demand? Anyone? Raise your hand if you enjoy being someone demanding something of you. No, no one. Oh, you do? Okay. What are the circumstances in which you, microphone, our runners.
When I hear something from others, even if it is a demand, and even if it is an accusation on me, I'm glad to hear, because I see what the other person needs. And I need to know what the other person needs. They may not be able to express just the right way, but my need is to know what their need is, regardless of how they express.
Wow, you're advanced. Yes, ultimately, if someone is demanding something of us, and if we hear that in an empathic way, that they're expressing a particular need, rather than taking it as, I have to do this, then you can connect with the person. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's very wonderful. Yes, Champaka.
Another situation where I've appreciated a demand is if it's coming from someone who I fully trust and feel that they have my, best wishes for me in their hearts, and they're demanding that I do something that's beneficial for my own fulfillment of my own needs. Sometimes people will hire a personal trainer, for example, and they want the personal trainer to be very demanding. They want them to be like, you can do more push-ups, or whatever it is, because that person has their best interests at heart.
But do you actually hear that as a demand or as a request? Because do you feel that if you don't do that, they're going to get angry at you and you're going to have some repercussions?
Well, no, they're only doing it because
Yeah, so you're hearing it.
It's for your benefit.
You're hearing it more as a request,
Right.
rather than a demand, because strictly speaking, a demand would mean that if you don't do it, there's some negative repercussions.
But sometimes people even appreciate that because it might motivate them. I mean, but they want it though. I mean, I guess that's the key difference, is that they want someone to basically, to some degree, carry them in their life to help them make good choices that they want to make.
Yeah, to help them make good choices, rather than make the choices for them, right?
I mean, because as a teacher, I assume that students who come to me want me to, you know, I guess I could use the word strict. They want me to be strict. I've actually had that request. I've had students say, you know, please be strict with me. Insist that I practice, insist that I perfect my technique. You know, I'm thinking of dance, obviously. And, you know, they want me to be very forward with them, I guess.
And if they don't
say.
comply, what happens?
Well, I mean, I'll end up saying, do you really want to dance?
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want to dance, that's fine. But if you do, and you come to me asking me to teach you, I'm going to, you know, point out how to dance. And
Well,
I'm going to insist that you do it well.
Strictly speaking, you're giving them a choice.
Right, yeah,
It's
absolutely.
it's not in this particular way, what we're describing as demand. It's not strictly speaking a demand.
Right. I guess when I hear that instead of demanding, make a request, it almost sounds like in every relationship we should always be saying, you know, can you please do this? Can you please do this? Whereas in some situations, a demand is what's needed, like what they want and need.
Well, they're choosing, but
right, yeah.
Yeah, in some situations, people want to be told what to do. At the same time, there's not an implicit threat behind it. See, that's really makes it a demand that you have to do this. You're still saying, if you want to learn dancing, for example, then this is the strategy to take.
And what about school?
But it's not. But your relationship with them is not going to be hindered.
I mean, dance obviously is a choice. There's no law that you have to learn dance, but there are laws that children have to go to school. And I think it's probably fair to say that every single parent here has demanded that their child go to school.
Well, there's a way out of it, out of demanding, and that's basically facilitating the children and making the choices that will be best for them. In other words, sitting down, what's taught in empathic communication is instead of demanding that a child do a particular or take up a particular course of action, taking the time and sitting down with the children, explaining the need for doing that, rather than saying, just, you have to go to school. Why don't you explain more of this?
Example. So for example, my children are homeschooled. So we have the choice to like just be free flow and, you know, do everything at home. And but they're making the choice to go to a homeschool co-op where they have a certain fixed schedule and homework and all of this. And so instead of like, you have to do this, the conversation that we had was, well, what need of yours is met if you choose to be in this homeschool co-op? Oh, we love the community and the inclusion and the belonging and the connection and the friendships. And so, well, now if that's your choice, then there are certain consequences of not doing that. And the consequences are you're not going to be in this community. And so they're very much choosing then to do their homework for this co-op. Similarly, I would say, you know, with children who are going to a public school, instead of a demand from the parent, there are needs of the child that are being met. Do you have a need for financial autonomy when you grow up? Do you have a need for independence and competence and accomplishment, community, you know, just all the needs that that are met by your going to school. But in that case, we also, as parents, need to be open to them saying, no, I'm not willing to meet my needs by this strategy, and finding other strategies.
Yeah, that's actually a very powerful point. But what it requires at that point is taking the time. See, oftentimes, we just want to tell people what to do, especially with children. Like, I'm your mother, you're supposed to do this. So it takes a lot longer to sit down with a child or sit down with an adult, go through the whole thing of needs. Let's say if you don't go to school, just give an example. What sort of job are you going to have when you grow up? Do you want to, this is not to denigrate anyone, but do you want to just clean houses? Is that what you want? That's fine. Or do you want to have, you approach it in a materialistic way, or do you want to have enough money to buy a car? Yeah. Okay, here's your strategy. So it takes a lot more time to deal with children like that, isn't it? Than simply saying, you have to go to school. I was told I had to go to school, and as a result, whenever I had the opportunity, I would not go to school. I had the strategy of taking the thermometer that measures your temperature, putting it in hot water, showing it to my mother, and say, here's a serious fever case here. I have to stay home. And my mother would say, oh, my poor boy. So, but I didn't understand the need for school. School to me was, and I wasn't as connected, because I took it as a demand when I went to school. I wasn't connected in school. I would do all sorts of things that I wouldn't recommend for children nowadays. I had to see the principal so many times. We were on a first-name basis. I was telling the story to the devotees the other night that I was, so my mother had to hear from the principal a lot. So one day, the teacher came to our house, knocked on the doors like 6 o'clock at night, and says, the teacher's name was Mr. Powell, and my mother answered his door, what has he done now? Fortunately, I had won an award. So anyway, if I had been understood the need, the importance of myself going to school, rather than I have to go to school, I would have done it with a different type of energy and not gotten in so much trouble like I did. And I wouldn't have been as rebellious. So I think it's important to express it. What you're saying, Chabaka, is good. You're saying, if you really want to do dance, then you can choose this. And if you don't want to do dance, that's all right. I will still like you. But if we make our relationship, this is the essence of it, if we make the relationship contingent upon obedience, then it destroys the relationship, or it's a different type of relationship. I personally don't want that relationship with devotees, with disciples, or with other people who work with me. It's miserable. I'd rather do it myself. If someone won't cook for me, which they don't like to do anyway, so I cook for myself. That's autonomy. It's important to have that need of autonomy met. If you won't do it, I'll do it. I even got myself a washing machine. So then your relationships will be much more loving. Okay, and let's see if we should do another exercise.
So it sounds like you're saying that reason should be explained, and then simultaneously freedom needs to be given, even with something like school, which is, you know, by law, kids have to go to school, but the reality is everyone is actually free to make their own choices. So if you explain the benefits of school, and like you were saying, you also give them some choices. You know, you can go to school in this way or in this way to fulfill this need or that need, but ultimately, even if they decide to be delinquent, it's not really on you, that's their choice.
Right.
And you don't have to be miserable based on their choice.
And if they do choose, which most likely they will choose to go to school, they'll do it in a happy frame of mind, knowing they've chosen something. They haven't been forced to do something. I mean, give me an example of my own life. Everything that I was forced to do when I was young, I don't like to do now. One thing is the devotees who clean up after me know that my mother, she always forced me to put clothes in something called a hamper. Hamper, everybody knows what a hamper is? No. Anyway, a receptacle. And so she said, you have to do this. And so instead, even today, 70s, God knows how many years later, I'm taking my clothes, when I change my clothes in the morning and put on new clothes, I throw them on the floor, in the middle of the floor. Because I'm still rebelling. Because I wasn't given a choice. It wasn't explained to me. Oh, you put the clothes in a hamper, and then, do you like things that are neat and clean? Yeah. Well, what do you think about this? Just facilitating me as a child. And because I wasn't facilitated, then I have all the problems I have today, like throwing my clothes on the floor, not listening to anybody, being argumentative. So, you don't want your children to grow up like me. That would be a disaster. So the point being, take the time with the children. Include them in decision-making in the house. Like even if you're all deciding to go somewhere on vacation, you sit around, family gathering, not that I'm the adult, we'll decide where to go this vacation, right? Where would you like to go? Let's decide this. And then the children feel empowered, important, and the relationship is more loving at that point. I don't want relationships that are have to, should, must, or else. I don't want that. It's a miserable way to live your life, isn't it? I just don't enjoy it. I want to enjoy. So, anyway, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
I wanted to add that in this realm of demand, there's this distinction made within empathic communication of natural and artificial consequences.
Yeah.
So life gives us feedback, right? So if my children choose not to do their homework for the homeschool co-op, they will be ejected out of the co-op. It will not meet their need for inclusion and belonging. Life is going to give them feedback. Then at that point, they can make another choice and say, okay, now what do I want to do? Do I want to, okay, I learned something, now I want to go back. But as parents, we're often so afraid because we don't want them to experience these negative consequences. With that intention, we make these demands. And that is an artificial consequence, right? So if you don't do your homework, you're not going to get to play video games tonight. That is not a natural consequence of an action. That is an artificial consequence. It does not teach them the connection needs. It only teaches them that if they don't do their homework, they don't get to play video games. So these are the choice points of supporting people in our lives with connecting with needs and letting life give them feedback of needs are met or needs are not met, rather than demanding and putting artificial consequences.
What does Krishna do in the Gita? Does he demand that Arjuna do something? Not really.
tata kuru.
Not
As you
really.
like, you shall do.
That's his recommendation. But why does he spend the whole Gita explaining things to Arjuna in a philosophical way? And he says at the end, now that you've heard this, what do you choose to do? Even after Sarvadharma Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Braja, there is now, what is your choice, Arjuna? That's not the last verse in the Bhagavad Gita. What is your choice? And Arjuna said, I've understood these things and I'm prepared to fight. But Arjuna could have easily said, Krishna didn't say, hey, buddy, I'm God. Here's you in the universal form, getting devoured. So you do what I say, or, you're going to hell, Arjuna, or going wherever. He doesn't. It's all choice. That's his Sarvadharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Braja is Krishna's instruction, recommendation, but he still gives Arjuna the choice right after that. People make fun of you. He is explaining the natural repercussion, exactly what Sri Radhika said. You don't threaten someone, you explain. If you don't go to school, you're going to be cleaning houses, buddy, or kid. You understand? Or like, let's say if someone's living in the temple, if you don't come to the morning program, we still love you. But you just can't be at the temple. That's a natural repercussion because there's certain rules of the temple. It's not a personal thing. It's not that I don't like you and everything like that. It's just that that's the way the temples are set up. So explain the natural repercussions. For every action, there's a natural repercussion, not an artificial repercussion that if you don't get up early in the morning, I remember a few years ago, there were people in the ashram who didn't get up early in the morning. So I went in, started waking them up in the morning. You weren't there. Get up! 2 mornings later, they had locked the ashram doors, so I couldn't get in. And these were disciples. There was a disciple. Because they're not at the temple now. So the point is, yeah, it's not that I'm going to impose something on you. It's here's what happens if you don't do that, or if you do that. Let's say you have a child who wants to drink, or let's say smoking. The child is smoking, cigarettes. And how do you encourage your child to stop smoking? Any ideas?
When I have cancer, when I lose your enthusiasm to be an athlete.
Yeah. You explain the repercussions. Not, don't smoke. If I see you smoking again, I'm going to beat you. Because the child will smoke just because he wants to be disobedient, just because he has a need for autonomy. This is a very important principle in parenting. So what I would do is I take the boy or the girl, take them into the hospital, the lung cancer ward, and show them someone who is smoking cigarettes through the tracheotomy. They do that. They're so addicted. Like that. Do you want to be like that? Your choice. Or an alcoholic, you take him to, Skid Row or something like that. You want to be like that? That's your choice. You explain, your brain tissues will be destroyed. natural repercussions. That is a very caring way of dealing with people. It's not that you're their enemy because you're preventing them or asking them to do something they don't want to do or preventing them from doing something they want to do. You're not their enemy. You're their friend. You're the person who loves them. That's their choice.
The parents are going to suffer.
What?
The parents are going to suffer and worry for all his life.
But don't go and buy them the guns. Just like recently there was a guy who was put in jail for 15 years because he's bought his son guns as a present. Yeah. You don't have to facilitate. But ultimately, people make their own choices. And they'll be sneaky about it. So it's better, as a parent, that the child is able to tell you, hey, I'm doing this, rather than feeling that you're the enemy. Because sometimes the children will do something.
I want to give an example, Marge.
Why don't you say something?
To your point. So part of what empathic communication is orienting ourselves and others to needs. Yeah. So in a family, we want to orient our children to our needs. Okay. So for example, what you're saying that there is an impact of your choices on me, my dear child, right? So when we start living in this way, instead of making demands, don't do this, we want to request them to contribute to our needs. So for example, my son, during spring break, they just sleep in till like 12 o'clock, then he wakes up at 12, and then one of his friends has started cutting hair. He's only 14, 15, and he's cutting hair. So my son goes to his home, for a haircut. And so I'm driving him there, and I said, well, you brush your teeth, right? He says, no. Okay, so that's one place where I can say, well, you need to brush your teeth. Or I can say, and this is what I said, I want you to consider the impacts of your decisions on me. When you don't brush your teeth until 12 o'clock, it is a big possibility that I will need to spend the time and the effort and the money and the take time off from work and take you to the dentist more. And he said, I get it. Okay, and since then he's made the choice to brush his teeth because he's considering the impact on me. So those are the conversations. It's not that now, okay, it's a way of living. It's a way of orienting people to needs rather than have-tos and shoulds and demands. Will you please consider there is an impact on me? We're an interdependent system. So.
Smoking, the point is, I don't want to lose you.
That's right. Exactly.
So it's so much more vulnerable. It's such a place of vulnerability rather than choice and have-tos. This is humanity, right? Relating to each other with will you see my need instead of you shouldn't, what kind of a kid are you, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. So maybe we'll do one exercise for this and turn to the person next to you and think of of a time in the past where someone asked you to do something. Of course, I'm doing that right now. Where someone asked you to do something, phrase it as a demand and phrase it as a request. And then we're going to go around and have some of you share what happens with in your dyads or groups of two, how you feel with each one. Okay, we'll give you 5 minutes to do this. So which group wants to share? Yeah. Go around with the microphone.
This is a situation. I live with my mom, who's a heart patient and who's on a very restrictive diet, and she's also handicapped. She's wheelchair bound. And in order for her to have a reasonably healthy life, she has salt restrictions, and she has also diet restrictions,
Right.
fluid restrictions, everything. And it started off, so I'm a little bit changing this 1 and 2. So I always started off with a request. Request her to control her diet and control her salt. And because that's what the doctors are
Right.
requesting. And see, she is 85, and she doesn't want to, she's had a full life, and the only thing that's going on for her is food. She loves food. And I started off with a request, you cannot have this much, and you can only have this much. And she doesn't listen to me. And so my request changed into a demand. And then I demand her that she cannot do this. And then she's not independent enough to go and cook herself because she's wheelchair bound.
Right.
She cannot do that either. In the end, she complies. I feel miserable that I demanded this of her.
Right.
And she's not happy either. So how do I change? See, am I not empathetic enough? I am empathetic. And I explained to her the natural consequence, but still, it's I'm at a standstill. I don't know how to go forward.
So you explained to her the natural consequences.
Yeah.
And she has to make her choices in life.
Yeah.
Like I remember something very similar with Prabhupada, that Prabhupada at one point was a little sick, and they put him on a boiled food diet. And what did Prabhupada say after that? He said, let the starvation committee go to hell. So, Prabhupada, he didn't want to be forced. He was also a very rebellious person. So he didn't want to be forced. I mean, that rebellion was good. In that way, he went out and opened up his own movement, and that's why we're here, because Prabhupada was rebellious. So that need for autonomy is very strong. So what I might suggest in a circumstance like that is that I would appreciate her need for autonomy. I would say, I can see you have really strong desires to make your own choices. And then I would explain, I have this need to see you healthy and live longer. But you make your own choice. You make your own choice. These are the natural repercussions. You eat salt in the diet, your blood pressure goes up, and you may not be around. And we love you very much, and we want you around. So you got to let people make their choices in life. I mean, I've tried for many years to change people's diets, and I've very rarely been successful, one time out of 1 million or something like that. I used to give a seminar called Stop Killing the Devotees. It's still available on the internet. But I stopped giving it because nobody was changing. People have to come to their own realizations, and if they want to kill themselves, with prasadam, Sometimes I joke and I say that, in the Hare Krishna movement, we're trying to facilitate people going back to Godhead as soon as possible. So, but if that's what they want, you can't. Otherwise, she's going to be miserable at the same time. You're going to force, it's going to be like forcing a baby and, to eat something they don't want to eat, and then they just regurgitate in your face. So older people have very strong needs for autonomy
So
too.
how do I go about it? So,
I like talk to her, say, express your own feelings, be vulnerable. Not that you're wrong, you're not listening to me, I know what's best for you, like a parent, I know what's best for you. But after she understands the repercussions for her course of action, then I would explain my feelings. I'm in great anxiety because I love you very much and I want you to be healthy. But it's up to you, whatever you want, I'm there for you. Don't make it conditional. The real problem with demands is that we make them conditional. That our love for you, respect for you, is conditioned upon certain circumstances. But it's like a parent's love for a child. Like if a child hears that the parent's love is conditional, then it hurts the relationship. I remember one time my mother said to me, I'm always using my own history here. One time, I think I got less than an A. One time in my whole life. So anyway, and she said, my son would never get less than an A. So what I heard that as, I'm not her son if I get less than an A. Child, their brains are very simple. And so, it's just, people should not do that to the children or to adults or whatever, so that they feel there's some rejection built into not listening. That's the main point. Otherwise, she can listen, she can not listen, you try your best, but your love for her will be there.
showing vulnerability is a good
What's that?
Showing vulnerability is a good way to go about it.
Yes. Yes, everything has to be choice, but relationship is always there. Care is always there. Regardless, I face that with disciples sometimes, who don't listen. Sometimes. Sorry. Most of the time. Like, submissive disciple is an oxymoron. It means a contradiction in terms. So, but my love for them and caring for them has to be exactly the same. And they know that. Hopefully. They know that. I mean, that's the main thing, is the care, love, the connection. That's what we're stressing. And it's not a system for manipulating, getting people to do what you want, getting children to do what you want. It's a system for connecting with people. And then people are more likely to do the right thing, which is interesting. I mean, ultimately, it works best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
At this point, I want to add this concept from empathic communication. I like to walk around when I'm talking, so I hope you can tolerate that. It's called the protective use of force. So if my child wants to run out on the street, I'm not going to be like, well, the natural consequences are going to die, and allow him to do that, right? So there is this concept of protective use of force, meaning that to protect life for the least amount of time, the least amount of force that is necessary can be used. And at the same time acknowledging, I mourn the fact that I cannot find a strategy that honors the need for choice. I would so much like to honor your need for just tasty, yummy gulab jamuns. So expressing that the person's need is important, holding the need with care, even when the need is unsatisfied. See, human beings can live with unmet needs. They cannot live with the experience that their needs don't matter, right? I mean, the material world is not designed to meet needs. I mean, all the time, needs are unmet. So, but being able to see people's needs and say, I see your need, and it's beautiful, I celebrate it, and I mourn that we can't find a strategy that meets your need, Mom, and my need for your health and safety at the same time. So that's the protective use of force I wanted to introduce at this point.
That's good.
Thank you, and
that's
respects to
very
Maharaj.
good answer.
Yeah.
Very, very good answer. But the connection should be there regardless. That's the important thing. People feel, You don't care, you're just trying to accomplish a particular objective, that destroys the connection. Okay, anyone else want to share? Yeah.
We had an example, and then it brought up this question of how is it actually a request if you feel that there are expectations within the relationship, or there are expectations within the relationship?
How to make a request.
Like, how is it actually, like if someone requests you of something of you, but there's unset expectations, or there are like actual expectations within your relationship, then is it actually like, is it possible to actually make a request?
Yeah. It's possible to make a request as long as you make it in such a way, even though there's an expectation, the person has the right to say no. And it doesn't hurt the relationship. You respect that in terms of their own needs.
What if you, like, on the receiving end of that, it feels like a demand, so you feel like you can't say no? I guess, what are you supposed to do in that situation? And then also, if you're the person giving the request, how do you give it in a way that makes them feel that they can say no?
Well, that's the body language and tone of voice right there. And you don't necessarily have to say, if you are willing gladly to do it, but that should be the mentality behind it. If you're willing gladly to do this, can you do it? So it's not just the words, it's the body language and tone of voice. And so how to respond if we're hearing is a demand, we can ask for clarifications. Okay. You know, like child can say, what will you do if I don't? I don't do it. And then the parents should take the time to explain why it's in the best interest of the child to do that particular thing. Or the parent can explain their own needs, but not as a repercussion, that if you don't do this, you're going to get a spanking. I'll make it so you can't sit for 2 weeks. I heard that one. So, does that answer the question? Okay.
I want to add that there's this thing called the empathic communication allergy, okay? So when parents start to learn this, you know, and then they start using this language of, dear kid, will you be willing to, and the kid can totally tell that it's a demand, it's not a request, okay? Yeah. So there's no faking it here, okay? It's about the consciousness of actually being open to a no, you know, when we are using this language. It's not just a language, it's a consciousness. And let's be very, something that I do is, I ask my children, can you let me know if you're hearing a demand? Okay, because that's good feedback, yeah? The other thing to be aware of is power differences. Like, it's very tough for people who are in a lower power position, like a disciple, to actually say no, right? So being aware when we're in an up power role, whether we're a temple leader or whatever, a parent, that sometimes something that we're saying, even though we think it's a request, can land on people as a demand.
Yeah.
The other thing we want to do is be very honest about, I absolutely don't have another strategy in my mind. Like, I really would like you to do this right now for me. And within the context of a trusting relationship, people can take a demand every now and then. Right? So, like in my example, I'll tell my children sometimes, I am so tired right now, I just need you to go to your room and close the door, and I need peace in the house. And it's absolutely a demand. And they will do it. Because they're used to, most of the time in their life, they receive requests. So every now and then, when a demand comes, you can take it.
Okay, who else? Any other devotees? Share. Microphone. Uh-oh. Okay.
Hare Krishna Gurudev, Hare Krishna Mataji. Thank you so much for the good points, and I apologize if some of my questions may already cover points that you've mentioned. But speaking from a child's perspective, sometimes I feel that it's not always so sustainable to give them a choice, especially young children who don't understand like the gravity of natural consequences, and their instinct is just to rebel. Even at this age, sometimes the higher priority is just to refute what your parents say instead of thinking of your own welfare, which is always the highest priority of the parent. So how can we make this consciousness, as Mataji said, not language, more sustainable? And yeah, how can it be applied with young kids who don't have that intelligence to know what is good?
Give me an example.
Like the brushing teeth, for example, that Mataji was saying. If you're telling a young kid, oh, what are the implications of like you not brushing your teeth, to like a 3-year-old, they'd be like, whatever, I don't care. You can take me to the dentist. It's not gonna like, it's on your time. Like they might not even think about it that far. Like maybe their goal is just to go against the parent just because they said they have to do it.
Yeah, because they have to do it. I would still take the trouble to explain to them the repercussions. You don't brush your teeth, you'll be at the dentist, you're going to have drilling into your cavities, you're going to have pain in your mouth. I mean, just in a very simple way, that's the way I would explain it to a child.
And
there are natural consequences. Like in certain circumstances, like Sri Radhika said, urgent things you got to demand. You know, don't cross the street without someone with you. Why? And you have to explain it too. But sometimes you just have to grab someone if they're crossing the street and they're going to be hit by a car or something like that.
And in the situations that when they're young, they don't understand the need of it. But maybe in a year or two, you won't even have to explain to them, oh, why is this important?
Right.
Is it worth taking the time to explain it to them when they don't even have any intelligence to understand? Like,
Yeah, I mean, at least they can understand they don't want pain.
And in that situation, Gurudev, like for example, the smoking example, if you show a kid the most extreme consequences, they'll think, oh, I'll never get to that point. I'll never get that addicted. You won't see me there. So they'll just blow it off. They won't like see the intensity of the situation. So how can you give examples?
Let them speak to another child who's gone. I mean, there's other strategies. They can speak to a child who has had cancer or some operation because they've been smoking. And they'll be able to relate more to that other child. Because the other child will say to them, I thought the same thing that you're thinking. And look what happened to me. The main point is most circumstances, I'm not saying every circumstance, in most circumstances, if you take the time to explain the natural consequences, children, in terms of their particular level of intelligence, their particular age, they will most likely do the right thing.
I apologize for like.
But it's hard. It's hard. You got to dumb yourself down to their level.
And I apologize for I keep countering you, Gurudev, but for example, if you're telling the kid about the brushing the teeth example, and you like might experience some pain if you don't brush your teeth, then they might develop some like negative association with it or some fear, and then that could affect them later on in their life. So how do you tell like a young child the consequences without making it seem dramatic, but enough for them to register it?
Requires some discrimination. I think in 99% of the cases it can be done. It can be done, but it's a lot harder, lot more time intensive than just telling a kid, do it, I'm your mother. I know what's good for you.
Yes, Gurudev.
All right?
Thank
It's
you.
a lot. I mean, you're not always going to be successful. But at least you're going to avoid, in most cases, rebellion. Like in my case, I definitely was rebellious because I got told I had to do all these things that were good for me. But I don't do them now because they were good for me then. So, okay, I think it's time for lunch, right?
Thank you, Gurudev.
Okay, so this afternoon we're going to move a little bit more quickly. We have the fourth block of communication, which you didn't cover, which is deserve. And then we're going to go over the whole process, and then we're going to do a lot more exercises this afternoon. So it'll be a lot more interesting. So thank you very much. See everybody at 2 o'clock. All glories to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. And we want to thank Sri Radhika for her expertise. All glories to Prabhupada. And thank everybody for showing up on time. This is the first time in my life everyone's shown up on time. Where are you all from? I'm in India. So anyway, I just want to touch briefly upon the last of the 4 Ds of discommunication, which is actually a flip of the demand. It's a flip of the demand because it's deserve. In other words, you deserve to suffer, you deserve to be punished because you didn't listen to me. You deserve to go to hell because you didn't listen to me. Okay, so very quickly, because you want to go ahead, any quick questions that anyone might have about what we talked about this morning so we can clarify? Yes?
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Hare Krishna Sri Radhika Mataji, thank you so much for hosting such an important seminar. One question I had was this point of even if they say no, we should be okay, in the sense that like our love for them should not be conditional. And we've been talking a lot about like the parent and child dynamic.
Right.
But in other dynamics where it's more between equals, friends, such like that, sometimes don't we like have a conditional love, conditional in the sense of like boundaries put in place so that we protect ourselves? Like, is that conditional love really something that's so bad if we're in the material world? And
yes, it's not bad.
Okay.
It's good.
So maybe you can expand more like how even though we are conditionally loving people for the sake of our own protection, we can apply empathic communication.
Yeah, we should understand not to have too many expectations, incidentally, can be perceived as demands. Like you expect someone to do something, it's an implicit demand. And when someone says no, or they can't do it or something like that, we take that as a gift because they're actually revealing their own feelings and needs by saying no. So in our minds, if we're really empathic, we can think, thank you for letting me know how you feel about that. I really appreciate that. So that's actually a gift. A no is a gift. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. But then where do you go from there? Like in that?
Where do you go from there? You thank the person and you look up, you find another strategy to fulfill that particular need that you have. Don't depend on any particular, as far as adults, dealing with adults, adult. Let's give an example in married life. People get married, right? Yeah. And so there's the expectation that they're going to fulfill all of each other's needs. It's just like stars get in their eyes, and they get blind. So that's from a sannyas perspective. So there's that expectation. Oh my God, all my social needs, emotional needs, food needs, financial, whatever. Wow, I struck it rich. But then they discover they need to come up with other strategy. A practical example is, let's say, recreational needs. So the husband may need to go and play cricket with his friends and not expect his wife to play cricket with him. Are there women cricket players? Oh, sorry. That's my sexist attitude there. So So, so come up with strategies. You're responsible for coming up with strategies to fulfill your needs. And if someone wants to help with that, that's great. And if someone says no, that's also wonderful. Because they're sharing with you their own needs. Relationship is number one. That should be always considered. Our relationship with other people and relationship with ourselves is the number one priority. Everything else is secondary, tertiary to the relationship, except for emergency situations, obviously, which Radhika mentioned. Urgent things, that's another category. But everything else is secondary. That's why I look at it. All, management, everything like that. Relationship, like with Krishna. We have different strategies to connect with Krishna, which we call sadhana. But the relationship is the point. The bhav, the relationship is the point. And that's really where we want to get to, of taking that as the number one priority in our actions and our thoughts, that we want to connect. And that's why I'm giving the seminar. I mean, I don't get anything material from it. Someone may say you're great. But I already understand I'm great. So I don't have to. I mean, I look in the mirror every day, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest sannyasi of them all? That's why they had mirrors prohibited in ashrams in India. So, but because I want to connect. I really derive a lot of pleasure, most pleasure, from connecting with people and having loving exchanges. And that's our Krishna conscious movement. Dadati pratigranati guyamakyati prichati bhungte bhojyate chaiva. Do you want your child to be a robot, or do you want to be connected with him or her? I mean, that's the question you need to ask. Do you want your child to become a doctor to please you, or do you want your child to be fulfilled in life? I've had people who force their children to become doctors. They got their medical certificate and everything like that. Then they said, I did this for you, Mom, but I'm not going to work as a doctor. It's quite a common thing. So we want the relationship is number one. I keep repeating that. And that's how we should see things. And then we'll be happy, because the main thing we're lacking, especially nowadays, is loving relationships. Loving relationships doesn't mean what you can do for me. Of course, that famous saying, don't ask what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country. But how you can connect with the other person. How you can connect with yourself. Be aware of your own feelings and needs. I mean, it's extremely, I don't want to use the word ecstatic, it's extremely fulfilling to connect with your own feelings and needs, your own motivations. And be honest with yourself. Hey, I'm not a great devotee. I have all these anarthas. Embrace your anarthas. And don't embrace them too much. But anyway, embrace them. Admit it to yourself. Because they say if you keep something in the dark, it grows. Like the demons in Krishna Leela, Ram Leela. Whenever it got to be dark, what happened? They got more powerful, right? Isn't that true? Like your friend Tadaka. Tadaka, or any of these Rakshasas. But you just put them out in the light. And you embrace them. Don't literally embrace them. Putana. But it's just like openness, honesty, vulnerability. Don't worry about what other people think of you. And that way you'll be free from anxiety. Worry about what Krishna thinks of you, and you try to please Krishna. But Krishna's not demanding. Like I cited the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna's not demanding that Arjuna surrender. He gives us free will. That's a loving relationship. Without free will, there's no loving relationship. So what we're all missing or hankering for is those sorts of reciprocal loving relationships, voluntary, serving from your heart. I mean, like Shobhari. She was offering Krishna what? It's a little fruit that she had just put in her moochy little mouth. Yeah. If someone had done that with me, let's say one of my disciples goes, Gurudev, I'm just testing this berry. Here. You, Moochie, Molecha, I don't want to see you again. No, I wouldn't say that. I probably get nauseous. So I mean, it's the relationship, you see? That's what Ram wants. That's what Krishna wants. That's what we want. That's what we're missing. We're not missing money. We're not missing food. We're not missing shelter. Of course, actually safety in the modern world because of our wonderful president. Not temple president. Because of our, he who cannot be named. That we may be missing right now. But if we have the security of loving relationships with the devotees, Dadati Pratigranati Guyangyam Akyati Brishati, like you all took prasadam that was cooked by devotees very, very happily. I mean, would you want to eat prasadam that was cooked by a devotee who was grumbling in the kitchen? I wouldn't. I wouldn't touch this. And Krishna wouldn't either. Krishna says, I offer me with love and devotion a leaf of fruit, of water, etc. So really, that's what we want. And you want that, people should want that with their children. Isn't it? I mean, I'm just going to ask you, Radhika, isn't your relationship with your children much more satisfying now than when they were obedient?
Yes, you destroyed the obedience.
I destroyed obedience, but I gave her a fulfilling relationship with her children. So, you choose. And now they listen to her more, but not because she did that as a strategy, but because she took the relationship as number one. That's the most important thing. If I have emphasized anything, if you have to learn anything from the seminar, it's that. Relationship is number one. Understanding another person's needs, being happy when they reveal their needs, either through a no or a yes, or even an argument, and have a relationship with yourself without diagnosing yourself, demanding things of yourself. And you see this all the time, that even in my particular situation, we find devotees who just push themselves, isn't it? And they destroy their health in the meantime. So, so we have to be compassionate with ourselves. We need to rest, we rest. And if people are going to criticize us for it, tough, as we say when I was young, tough nookies. Of course, all of you are too young to understand what that means. But that's the point. You be compassionate with yourself. Compassionate starts right here. Don't make demands on yourself. Do things only if they fulfill your needs. Learn how to say no to yourself. That's harder than saying no to other people, isn't it? Like I'm seeing right now, so many of my godbrothers have pushed themselves and pushed themselves and pushed themselves. And I'm just a lazy bum. I don't do that. But push themselves, and then basically they may have some health challenges. So being aware of your health, take care of yourself. Prabhupada said the first priority before chanting is your health. Because if you don't have good health, you'll never be able to focus on the holy names. You're not going to be able to chant properly. Take care of your health first. If you have to wake up a little later, even if you are a lazy bum, but that's all right. I'm actually demonstrating things while I'm talking to you that show you non-empathic speech. Don't think about it yourself. Think, I'm doing what I can do. I have my limitations, my time limitations, my health limitations, my whatever limitations. And life is peaceful then, and you have good relationship with yourself. If you don't love yourself, you're in trouble. We should love all parts and parcels of Krishna. And recently I discovered that I was part of Krishna, too. I was under that category of Mame Vamsa Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana. So why not love yourself? That doesn't mean you love your body, But to actually love yourself, too. Okay, so where are we on that brief lecture? So anyway, those are the 4 blocks of discommunication. You can read more about them. But the deserve is actually the flip side of demand. You demand something, and if you don't get it, you deserve to at least have a smirk on my face. Isn't it? You're not my friend. You hear the kids all the time. You're not my friend anymore because you won't go out and play baseball with me or cricket. Okay. Any other questions? Moving ahead, or should we have it? Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yeah.
So regarding replacing demand with the request, so my question is that the younger kids, they may not know what is good, what is bad.
Right.
So how to communicate properly with them?
Maybe explain to them what will be a good strategy and what will be a strategy that won't fulfill their needs. But as I mentioned this earlier, that we take time. It's very hard in the modern world, where we have so much to do, to have the time to properly deal with people. If we really do it quickly, like a quick text, or a quick email. I don't even use emails anymore, they're too lengthy. I just text, WhatsApp, and I don't even say greetings anymore for the most part. Please accept my blessings. I said, that's a waste of time. So it's just, just when's dinner? So it's the modern mentality in which everybody is basically thinking in sound bites. People's span of attention is about 5 seconds or less nowadays. So we want to take care of things really quickly, efficiently. Why should I do this? Because it's good for you. How good? Why is it good for me? Because I said so. Do you ever hear that? Why do I have to listen to you? Because I'm your guru. I'm your mother. I'm your father. I'm your elder brother. Sound familiar? It's your duty. Don't ask too many questions. But one thing that really drives people crazy, which I do all the time, people will say something and I'll say, why? And then they'll give me another answer. I did that with my mother. You have to become a doctor. Why? Because I said so. Why is that important? Because I'm your mother. Why should I follow you? Because you're my mother. Because it's your duty. You get into circular reasoning here. And finally, just do it. But if you get into the actual reason was, I want you to make me proud. You've heard that one before. Probably everyone in Indian culture has heard that, because I was brought up in an Indian family too. Just in a Gujarati family. Jewish family is called the Jews of India. I mean, a Gujarati family is Jews of India. So I know all the details inside and out, how most of you have gone through your childhood, because I've done it, seen it, been there. And so you want to really drive someone crazy, you keep asking the why question. But really, if you do that, you get down to the basic needs. And why someone is asking something like that. But don't try that at home. So Did your children ever do that to you? It drives you crazy, doesn't it? Anyway, we just have to take the time. That's the answer. I mean, life is too valuable not to take the time with other people. I mean, it's so pleasing to sit down with other people. I mean, maybe you're not accomplishing anything, making money, investing in the stock market, building a temple or anything like that. But I find it most pleasing when you sit down with people and you just communicate on a one-to-one basis. I mean, many times people have said about me, and they're shocking. They said, "Hey, you're a regular person." I didn't know the gurus could be a regular person. I didn't know the GBC could be a regular person. I didn't know the sannyasis could be a regular person. But oftentimes we have this facade, you know, this act that we put on, or costume or whatever, and we just don't relate to people as people anymore. But that's the energy, that's the food, the nourishment that I'm trying to give information about during the seminar. I mean, that's the whole impetus of this. How to nourish the devotees so they feel enthusiastic in being persons, first of all, and secondly, being connected to Krishna and the other devotees. Does that make sense? And realize that we have emotions, and be vulnerable about your emotions too. Is that, do you want to say something about that? You're more educated than I am in these things. Women are more emotional than men.
I just learned from the School of Hard Knocks, so I can share examples. On the point that Maharaj was saying, there's this saying, slow is fast. And I like that with empathic communication, because often people can think, well, this is going to take so much time, like, are you willing, needs, feelings? But over a period of time, the trust and the goodwill that this builds in the relationship, slow is fast. You can actually accomplish a whole lot more within the relationship because of this kind of an approach. And then there was an example that came to my mind when you were speaking, Prabhu. So, for example, you know, a child may not understand that putting on a seatbelt protects them, right? So that's what you were saying. What is good, what is bad, the child may not understand. And so that's what Maharaj was talking about, is just this dialogic approach to life, right? So this is a safety need and so forth. And if we come to the end of that, and like you said, the child may still not understand, then there is the protective use of force, which is, I said to my children, I am absolutely unwilling to have one hair of your body hurt if there is an accident.
Yeah.
And so I get it. You want freedom. Awesome. And I regret that we can absolutely not find another strategy to meet your need and my need at the same time. So I am going to put you in the seatbelt, and we're going to go. So there's, you know, the dialogic approach. And then there's every now and then, the protective use of force, but at all times, seeing the needs of the child, right? Empathizing with, you want freedom of movement, right? Matching their intensity. Really tells them there's attunement, I'm seen, there's resonance, my needs are not just like invalid.
Yeah, the main thing is take the time. You see in the example she gave, she was communicating her need openly, and he was, her child, he was communicating his need, and she was recognizing his need. So there was communication. You know, so first communication, and then if you have to do something, you have to do something. I remember one funny story that Marshall Rosenberg told, is that one time his children did something really that he didn't like, and he's getting ready to chastise them real quickly without thinking about how to respond. And he said to them, do you want me to take my time and express myself, something like that? Or do you want me to tell you right away? And I said, no, do this empathic communication, this nonviolent communication thing, take your time. So, yeah, and in anger too, that's another subject matter which we're probably not going to have time to get to today. But in anger, the best thing is you take your time recognizing your needs and your feelings, of course feelings, anger, and try to understand what's the best way to communicate what you're trying to communicate and accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So it requires taking a few breaths. Not necessarily a timeout. With children, sometimes timeouts they experience as rejection. So you can't say, I don't want to talk to you now about this. That's actually timeout. Because then they'll think, oh, my mother doesn't want to communicate with me. But if you explain, can I take the time and respond? What you're saying is important to me. Even a no is important to me. It's communicating something. It's really important to value whatever someone says. Even if someone says to you, you're a rascal, then to value that. And rather than taking their words as being true. But that means loving yourself too. Should we do that 4-chair exercise right now? Because that leads right into it. Okay, let's put 4 chairs out here. This is an interesting process of dealing with conflicts. Yeah, this right here. Empathy, others. So we want to have empathy. The point is, we'd like to have empathy with ourselves and with others. But it's required to have empathy with yourself first. So this is a hard one for people because I got to find someone to criticize me. Any volunteers? No, it's really hard. Nobody here is senior to me? No. How are we going to do this? You do it. Okay. All right, so we're going to show you how not to be empathic and how to be empathic. Okay, go. Commit some offense. Go
Okay,
ahead.
this is a tough one. Please forgive me, Maharaj. Maharaj, you're just always joking around. Like all your seminars are just like fun and play. And like, are you ever serious? Like everybody's just laughing. They're not getting empathic communication.
You have no sense of humor. You're just dull. I mean, that's what happens when you live in Chicago or the area around there. There's no fun, there's no sun, there's a lot of molechas around there. You're useless. Okay. Okay. So that's it. That's first. Okay. So that's how we would normally react in doing these things. And there's another normal way of reaction too. Oh, what's the next way? Let's do the same thing. Insult me.
Maharaj, you don't even have a plan for the seminar. Like just anything goes. You're so spontaneous. Like, I wish you had prepared for this.
Yeah, you're right. I'm useless, hopeless, too old. I should be put out to pasture. I don't actually feel like that. But, I mean, I'm just emulating. Put out to pasture. She's right. And let me go to Govardhan. Just chant Hare Krishna. Be happy. Not have to deal with people like her anymore. Okay. And next one, insult me again. This is interesting.
Maharaj, like, I want people to learn. And like, I don't think, you really like manage the time well enough. Like, look, we're almost like, we only have an hour and a half left. And like, we have not even covered much of anything.
Okay, so here's empathy with myself. So when I heard her words, I'm feeling pained. Why am I feeling pained? I have a real need to connect. So connecting the need, the feeling, real need to connect. And so, what should I do about it? It's not that I'm bad. I need to adjust certain things, yes, but I'm not bad, I'm not hopeless, I'm not useless, I'm not an old cow or a bull. Just put out to pasture. But, yeah, that's feedback that'll help me do my service better. Okay, so that's more empathic with myself. So the point I'm making is if you want to have empathy for others, you first have to have empathy for yourself. Because if I don't deal with my own pain, because when she said that, it caused pain. Because we're not denying that there's pain in this world. I mean, even sannyasis can feel pain. Well, we don't get enough prasadam. But, unbelievable. I mean, just like, even though you hear in the Gita and the Sochati and the Kankshati, isn't it? Brahmabhuta Prasanatma. Anyone know that verse? Anyone's on the stage of Brahman, they should not hanker or lament, right? Yeah, no crying. Ooh. Yeah, famous verse. Brahmabhuta Prasanatma, Sochati and Kankshati. So, but sannyasis also have feelings. I mean, like yesterday, I got notice that Ramapad Maharaj had a little minor stroke. And then I got notice that another godbrother of mine, Bhakti Bhava Maharaj, he has a tumor that may be fatal. He's to have an operation or else he's going to die. And I was feeling sad. So we have to understand we have emotions. We may be devotees. Feeling sad. So then I started looking at all these pictures of myself with different godbrothers, like Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, Bhakti Chur Maharaj. I went through the whole group and just was feeling, oh my God. Of course I was thinking, but I won't die. That's my illusion. But anyway, joking aside, so you have feelings. So just be open with your feelings. Like not just tough it. She said these things about me. Wow. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. I'm Teflon. You know what Teflon is? It's poisonous. So, it's Teflon. Yeah, say what you want, I'm detached. We're not. And if you're pretending to be, you're in pain, and you may get sick because of that pain. So part of empathic communication is to be open and honest and vulnerable about these things, so you're more relaxed and you won't have these diseases, as many diseases, even physically. The word dis-ease is what it sounds like. Dis-ease. Everyone understands that? Dis-ease. So, yeah, I'm feeling pain. I'm admitting I'm feeling pain, and maybe I need to adjust things. I'm willing to do it, open, but it's still painful. But I have a need to do a good job. Okay, and then, you want to insult me again? That's interesting. I asked, do you want to insult me?
What is all this feelings and needs, Maharaj? Prabhupada never talked of any empathic communication. Like, what is all this new age stuff?
Okay.
So this is empathy other.
So once I'm empathic with myself, I go through the whole process of doing self-empathy. Then I start to think about her. Sounds like she's in pain. Sounds like. I mean, I don't say that to her. That would be, definitely don't go there and say, you sound like you're in pain. You say, yeah, pain. So I'll emphasize, Yeah, would you like to talk more about how it's important to connect with people? Just try to deal with her unmet needs without saying that you have an unmet need of connection. And you see this oftentimes with people who are hypercritical of others. They're actually expressing their unmet needs. Should I get specific? Oh my God. Anyway, so, okay. Anyway, I'm very reluctant to do this, but anyway, I'll do it anyway. I always say that before I do something crazy. So generally, I do things in a very liberal way. I believe that ladies should be able to be gurus, right? I believe there should be equal opportunity for everyone, not based upon national origin or gender or anything like that. And I get harshly criticized for it. Very harshly criticized for it. And so, what is my need? Why am I so damn liberal? Because I have a need. My need is that Prabhupada's mission will be all-encompassing in the world. That everyone will have an opportunity to chant Hare Krishna and become Krishna's devotee if they want to, an opportunity. And so that means, that was the Panchatattva's needs too. They open up the floodgates of love of God and distribute it, because you've all heard me speak about this before. So people criticize me for that. And instead of criticizing them in return, oh, you're just like, what? Conservative, smart, whatever, we can do that. We understand that they have some really deep needs of connection that are not being understood by them or expressed. So then I can communicate with them, make friends with them, and not change anybody, but at least be empathic without giving them a label. It's too easy for me just to say, that person is a smarta. You know what smarta means? I mean, ritualistic person who just picks and chooses things from the Vedic literatures that appeal to the conservative viewpoint. So that's easy. But to understand, ooh, it's raining. That's the rain of Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Confirmed. But you just understand that everyone is trying to meet needs. And if someone is getting angry because of another person's philosophical position, that means there's unmet needs there. And that means that they're suffering. So that's empathy for others. So with her, she's suffering by criticizing me in that way. Because she's going to go to hell. Oh, sorry. I got that wrong. She's suffering because she's feeling anger and bitterness. Bitterness and anger are not pleasant emotions. Why should I suffer? If she's suffering, why should I just join her and have two of us suffer together? Isn't it? Someone criticizes me, they're suffering. But they can't affect me. I can only affect myself. So I'm choosing to enjoy the connection I actually ultimately enjoy the connection of being criticized. Why? Because it helps me understand them. There's more connection with them. That's advanced stuff. But that's really where we want to be, where we enjoy the connection with someone. They're revealing their needs to us, their feelings to us. That's something precious. Okay. All right. Don't try this at home. You may end up in a fight if you try that at home. So, yeah. So we got the 4 Ds of discommunication. You could write that. But I definitely wanted to go over the process of empathy, which I demonstrated. But now we're going to see what it is. If you can move that out, you're going to need 2 people to move that out. There's this other chart that would be nice to have it moved out too. It's the basic human needs we all share. Everyone has all the human needs. Just to reiterate about the needs of autonomy means to choose one's own dreams, plans, strategies, etc. Celebration means we even can mourn for someone who's passed away. That's celebration. It's not that we're happy they passed away. There's a need for integrity, to be very creative, have meaning in your life. If your life has no meaning, you're not going to be happy. I joined the Krishna consciousness movement so that my life would have meaning. Before that, it had no meaning. It was just eating, sleeping, no mating, and defending. But now it's eating, sleeping, meeting, and so it sort of changed one of the animal principles. Eating, sleeping, meeting, GBC meeting, and defending. So play is a big one for me. Fun, laughter, joy, and interdependence, having relationships with other people, with ourselves, warmth, love, etc., community. One thing I like about New Goloka is that we have this really nice community. And it doesn't appear to have any partisan spirit, guru groups or anything like that. It's just like, wow, I really like being here because everybody is community. There's really no discrimination. The women have service here, even though they're less intelligent. But, oh. You have to be careful. When you get old, you have these slips of the tongue all the time. But, New Goloka is great. We'd like to have many, many communities about that, like this. And that's my intention. So anyway, and then spirituality, obviously that's what we're here. But spirituality is not only Hare Krishna, but it's beauty, peace, inspiration, stuff like that. And physical stuff, which is at the bottom of the pyramid, which you saw over there. Water, touch, shelter, rest, protection from bacteria. I like my bacteria. Did you ever hear of favorable flora? Anyone here has heard of favorable flora? Without your bacteria, you die. You wouldn't be able to digest anything. You wouldn't have any energy in your body. So we should be empathic with our bacteria. Seriously. In one of our exercises, we had a tree empathy thing. We were hugging the trees to try and understand. The tree had these same needs, except they were covered up a lot more. So movement, exercise, protection, etc. Okay, so here's the process. Now that we understand the blocks of communication, the importance of needs, the process is like this. There's 2 types of empathy, which we demonstrated. Empathy for others, empathy for ourselves. So the way we do this, look, first we go to something called observation. Observation is basically like a detective. Don't put your own opinion in. Like right now, okay, someone give me an observation about the temperature here in the room. Can someone observe? Observe the temperature. No, that's not an observation. That's not an observation.
It's 72 degrees.
That's an observation. Yeah, that's an observation too. But not your subjective experience. So, just like that 4-chair exercise, when she said that to me, I observed, she said blank, 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 blank. Okay. That's an observation. There was this one TV show, I think it was called Sergeant Friday or something like that. I don't know, I've dated myself. What? Dragnet. She's old too. So, and the Sergeant Friday, he would say, "Just the facts, ma'am." You know, because the witnesses would say all sorts of things. Oh, they were real mean. They had big grounds on their faces or something like that. No, just the facts. What do they do? What, when, how, where? So, what happened? She said this. Let's go with self-empathy. She said, but it's the same thing for both. How do I feel about it? Feelings. Now, generally, our vocabulary of feelings is very small, like bad, good, sad, mad. Right? You know, 4 words we have for feelings: bad, good, sad, mad. But there's many colors in the spectrum, right? Not just red, green, and blue. There's, millions of colors and shades. So we have all these different, I feel anxiety. You know, that's also a simple one. So how do I feel? Why do I feel that? Because of what? I'm pointing to it. It's not a trick. Because of needs. Okay. So what do I do? How do I fulfill my own needs before I can go to the other way? See, this is a bidirectional thing. This way, that way, or that way. Do everyone understand that? So here I am with my own needs. All right, these are my needs. Now my emotions are calm enough to think about the other person's needs. And so I can facilitate other people. Facilitate doesn't mean you tell people about your needs, their needs. I don't say, are you angry because you didn't eat enough, Shri Radhika, today? I used to do that with one of my godbrothers, who should remain nameless. If he didn't eat at that time, it was very hard to deal with him. So, but usually I'd be calling him up, asking him for a donation. And I would ask him, I said, have you eaten yet, Maharaj? So, that's very pushy. So you facilitate others. You can even, with certain relationships, you can even guess and say, would you like some prasadam? Can we sit down and, you don't make it seem like you're going through this process. Because if you take this process mechanically, you'll drive people crazy. One of my godbrothers, Brajabihari Prabhu, who teaches mediation, and he has a degree from the university in it. So he says whenever he met someone from nonviolent communication, it would drive him crazy. Because that person would always be saying, are you feeling this because you have a need for this? And that drives people crazy. This is an internal process that you go through rather than something you just vocalize, because it'll drive people crazy. So you facilitate each other. You ask other people questions, what's the issue? Can I help? Like that. And in this way, It's called the Mayudic method. You ever heard of that? Mayudic method. Anyone's heard of that word before? That's Greek. And it refers to the method that Socrates used. Mayudic means midwife, where you help the person deliver the baby. It's a technical philosophical word. But you're not pulling the baby out. Actually, one time I delivered a calf. I had to pull the calf out because the mother was struggling too much. But anyway, so you're letting things go naturally and facilitating the other coming to their own understanding, their own feelings and needs. And then we help them understand the strategy. Once they've understood their needs, feelings and needs, then we don't give them the strategy, because if you give someone the strategy, it's your strategy, it's not their strategy. Think of something, here's your needs, they're clarified what their needs are, and then they'll come up with a strategy to fulfill their needs. Interesting, isn't it? And so, self-empathy is very similar. You make a strategy to fulfill your needs, you're more aware of what's going on, and you can make requests of others or requests of yourself. So this is the process, in a nutshell, of empathic communication. Really easy, isn't it? Observation, feelings, needs, strategy to fulfill your needs. And there's nothing else in empathic communication other than that. So anybody have any questions before we go on to exercises?
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna Riya Maharaj
Oh, there.
and Mataji, please accept my humble obeisances. Thank you both so much for the wonderful sessions. So my question was about how does demand versus request affect in terms of emotional and physical health? So as also Mataji, you were mentioning that when you started saying I choose instead of I'm forced to do, it helped you with the varicocele health issue. So how did this terminology was medicinal in process of recovery? I was just trying to understand that.
Why don't you answer this one?
So one thing is making self-demands, right? So I should wake up at 4 a.m., otherwise I'm a terrible devotee. That's a self-demand. Or I should be patient with my children. What kind of a mom am I? These are all self-demands. Yeah? And instead of these, turning to requests. So this is something that Maharaj taught me. I love waking up at 4 a.m. Why? Because it really meets the need of connection with Krishna, peace, harmony, enlivenment. And when I connect with that request, so I say, am I willing to take rest before 10 so I can wake up by 4, making a self-request.
That's a hard one.
Then it's not coming from a demand energy, and it's not landing on myself as a demand. And maybe I'm willing and maybe I'm not willing. There are days when I'm unwilling to take rest before 10 and wake up at 4 because I'm meeting other needs, such as Friday evening is movie night in our home. And we watched Sheep Detectives this last Friday, and it was so much fun. And I did not wake up at 4 a.m. because I was meeting other needs. And then it's not this guilt and blame and shame. Oh my God, I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. But I met the need for connection with my kids. And so I'm glad that I met that need instead of the other need. So this connection with requests of self has greatly, I would say, improved my health. I try not to do anything that I'm not willing or I don't have the capacity for. And then I certainly think it affects other people's health. You know, there's a field we create in the community, in our family, and if we put demands out there, it affects. Human beings are a very interdependent species. You know, the more demands you put out into the community, the more it affects the entire field. And I would say I travel to a lot of communities, and this is one community where there's a lot of freedom, and it comes from up here, from top down, like just this connection to needs and celebration of needs rather than demands and have-tos and power over. So does that answer your question?
Also, I was having a doubt about the diseases that we go through. Is it part of our prarabdha that we have to suffer, or else it is because of the emotional way we deal in terms of the language, being polite and kind to ourselves? So can that reduce the prarabdha which we have to go through?
Actually, there's nothing wrong with suffering. Suffering means you're vulnerable, and to recognize it. Of course, we always say no pain, no gain, but anyway. But suffering is part of life, and it means we're alive. And so to recognize the suffering, let me give the example of someone who's really suffering because someone in their family died. And if they don't go through that suffering, they'll be in more pain. Was that? Some music. Anyway, so, yeah, turn off the phone. So, please, if you're willing. Or else I'll smash it. So, so it's interesting that sometimes a person, a friend, family, whatever, will go to someone who's suffering because they lost a loved one and say, don't cry. It's all right. Huh? Yeah, it's common. I see that all the time. People go in the hospitals, someone's in all this pain. And devotees are worse. Because they'll say, you're not the body, Prabhu. She's not your wife. That's illusion. You had so many wives, so many... That's a Narada Muni pull on someone. Or actually, Lord Chaitanya Srivas Thakur's. They cause more suffering by not allowing the person to recognize their suffering. If you really want to counsel someone who's suffering, you don't say to them, suffer more. But you empathize. This is a very painful situation that your mother passed away. She was so dear to you. And then the person may break down. And that's good. It's good. Because in that way, the person is able to express themselves. It's healthier too. Physically healthier. Because we find that repressed emotions, there's some coincidence or connection with different diseases like cancer and other diseases like that. So take the suffering as something natural, not that we like the suffering, but you help the person connect with the suffering, what needs are not being fulfilled, how that makes them human. Of course the word celebrate is there, but that's part of mourning. You mourn with the person, you celebrate, not joy your suffering. That's not the point, but empathize with the person, understand them. You love your mother very much, you love your brother very much. It's a very important part of counseling like that. So to deny suffering is not natural, it's not healthy, and it's a disconnection with people and with yourself. Does that answer that? Champaka, you have a question? I hate to use the word celebration, although it's used in Marshall's books.
Because we're celebrating their love.
We recognize Yeah, joyful, celebrate their love. That's a good way to put it.
Because that's why they're suffering.
That's why they're suffering.
Because they have a need to give and receive love, and that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, that's celebration. Although I hesitate to use that word because it has so many connotations in there. But yes, obviously that's a
Well, you
fact.
can at least appreciate.
Yeah, we appreciate, we empathize, just empathize. We connect. I like those words better. We connect with another person's suffering, recognize it, embrace it. Embrace it. And that's what people who are mourning or suffering need. You know, I remember when I had, what was it, kidney stone. You know, someone said to me, chant Hare Krishna, Maharaj. I mean, the only person who was empathic was Tota Gopinath. Everyone else was preaching to me, not really. But you know, that's what we need. You know, what are we going through? At every moment, you, all of us are trying to communicate something to other people and to ourselves. And we want people to hear us. The reason we're crying, unless we're alone, is we want to communicate that with someone. The reason we're crying in pain is we want to communicate. We want someone to hear it. We want someone to be there with us, not to experience pain. Like sympathy is something different. Sympathy is where someone comes to you and says, basically, I feel really bad that you're suffering. That doesn't do anything for anybody. You know, let's say someone loses their mother or father, family member, and I go up and say, I feel really bad about you. So now there's two people feeling bad, and neither one is helping the other. It's just like understanding. People want understanding. I mean, how many of us can say that we have someone who understands us? Someone close enough who really understands me. It's very rare, isn't it? And this is what empathic communication is. Understanding others, communicating that we understand others, understanding ourselves. It's a good question. Did that answer? Yeah, I mean, suffering is a common constituent part of this material world. But it's how we respond to it. You know, sometimes we need to hold someone's hand who's suffering. Be empathic with someone. Don't deny it. Don't tell them to forget it or wash away their tears. Of course, I do remember that story from the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes, where in Srivas Thakur's house, one of his sons died, and his wife started to cry. You know the story? And he said to his wife, if you cry, I'll give you something to cry about. Because we don't want to stop Lord Chaitanya's kirtan. In those circumstances, if Lord Chaitanya is dancing in your house, then be a little unempathic at that particular moment. But Lord Chaitanya has not danced in my house for a long time, so it's not a problem. So any other quick questions?
Just one quick thing.
Yeah.
I was just reflecting that before the observational stage, typically is when the raw human emotion tends to flare up. So, I mean, how to check that 100% of the time?
Don't check your emotion, but develop the pattern that's this pattern here. When you feel an emotion, immediately, you know, you recognize your emotion and you connect it. It doesn't necessarily happen in this particular linear fashion. But you connect your emotion, excuse me, recognize that it's a subjective feeling. Feelings are subjective. And I may be wrong, or I may be misinterpreting things. It's subjective. Recognize that, and then you go back to the observation. So it's not, you don't necessarily have to do this in a linear fashion. You can be jumping back and forth between these two. Obviously, the feelings, if it's a strong stimulus, but then take responsibility for your own feelings. It's like a knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, you got the knee-jerk reaction. Recognize it as such. That's my knee-jerk reaction. You know, someone cuts me off in my car, my knee-jerk reaction is to get out of the car and beat them up, you know. Not really. I've had that experience with people driving me. They say, Maharaj, do I have permission to get out? And I said, no, Gopal. Oh, sorry. So we told you get old, these things happen. Anyway, but you know, sometimes they react like you immediately push on the horn when the danger's past. What good is that going to do? So what I've done is I've sort of developed the habit of pulling myself back from the immediate reaction and examining it. And that's really important, or else we can get in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. I mean, I'll give you an example. I was in the airport one time. People were, the plane was like 3 hours, 4 hours late or something like that. And the poor desk clerk was being bombarded by people. Finally, one of the persons jumped over the counter to punch the desk clerk, you know. And so, you know, I might have felt like that too, but... So what happened is everybody was trying to rebook themselves, and she kept saying, no, there's no flights, there's no flights, there's no flights. So I thought, you know, let me try this EC stuff. So I go up to her and I said, this is a really hard time for you. I mean, going through this, and these people are, you know, they're just not understanding how, you know, you're limited as far as your resources. And she, you know, eyes open wide, connection. She says, I have a flight for you, sir. And so the rest of them were screaming and yelling, and there I was on the next flight to wherever I was flying to. So, like, everyone needs that sort of connection. It's so important, and when we don't get it, we dry up. Yeah. I think Madhava had a question first. A microphone for Madhava.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavad. So, kind of a long question. Tolerate me, please. So, question is, I think we have dealt with word communication all our lives. And it was always a problem. We had always meeting, training, communication training after training after training. So many trainings, still we have problem. So when you talk about empathic communication, that's very high level of communication. Very, very, very first class. No less than first class. So here, when we have different languages, different cultures, and even in one given language, not appropriate words in one's dictionary.
That's right.
All these complicated things plays in role when in ISKCON, where people from all languages, all cultures, so many complicated situations, and we're trying to deal with empathic communication. How can we deal with how much effort needed? It sounds to me very, very difficult, very, very, very problematic.
Good point. Can I answer that?
Yes, Maharaj, please. Thank you.
Okay. So that's why we don't deal so much with words. Words are just symbols. We deal with feelings. and needs. I know we have words for needs and everything like that, but I'm sure there's a different list for needs in different cultures. But these needs are not only transcultural, like you see the needs there, they're transspecial, if I could make up a word. You can connect with your neighboring cockroach. And we see that Prabhupada did that. One time there was a bug on a flower, and Prabhupada says, he's hungry. He has a need for food. Put him outside on a flower. So we're trying to get to the common denominator of all living entities, all jiva souls who have a body or don't have a body. What is their common denominator motivational factor? And I think everyone here, regardless of what country, I mean, we have a lot of people from India, we have some gringos here, I say citizens. We have some Southerners. Any Southerner here? No. No Southerner. No rednecks. Sorry. So, oh yeah, we have someone from Europe. Yeah, and someone from Brazil. A hot-headed Brazilian there. So, can any of you say that you don't have these needs? Please, be honest. Is there anyone here in the room who doesn't have a need to make their own choices in life? Raise your hand. Or celebrate, or integrity, or play, or any of these needs. Is there anybody who doesn't have any of these needs? I'd like to meet you and do an interview to find out, and it's possible that you may be a psychopath. In that case, I will recommend you to Jayashree, who's a psychiatrist. She's an expert in dealing with psychopaths, right? So I think this is a common language that everybody has. There's different words, but there's a common language. So this I feel can connect us. And basically my experiences when I'm dealing with anybody of any different culture, I try to look beyond the cultural details. But some people just concentrate on the cultural details, like what sort of drum you got to play. If you don't play a mridanga, you're in Maya. If you play a guitar, that's a big one, you're in Maya. If you don't dress like this, you're in Maya. Karmi clothes. We have one devotee, he's not here. I keep telling him to put a dhoti on. He'll only put a dhoti on when he goes in the kitchen to cook. Otherwise, 10 seconds later, it's almost like that old story of Superman changing his clothes in a phone booth. And there's no phone booths or nowhere to change the clothes, but the clothes get changed immediately. So, I respect that. I tease him, I respect that. So but this is just external. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we have our specific dress we wear in the temple to do puja. Obviously, I don't let people in blue jeans do deity worship. But it's just external stuff. All this is external stuff. People from India have their specific quirks. Like they'll tell you something just so when you're driving in India and you ask for directions, they'll give you the wrong directions rather than saying, what? I don't know. Because they're afraid of saying no to someone. especially an older person, you know, because it's similar to their parents who they weren't supposed to say no to. And if you said no to your parents, that was it, you were finished. So there's these different cultural things, but everybody has these needs. So this is a language I think everybody can relate to. That's what I'm trying to get to. Transcultural. You know, I've been primarily giving this seminar to people from India, isn't it? Oh yeah. Actually, in Europe, I gave it the seminar. That's true. I gave it as summer camp, but the largest attendance ones have been people from India, basically people from India, and I just don't find any difference. I don't experience. Actually, I don't experience any difference from where people come from. They talk differently. Their food's different, which I can't eat. The food's different, they talk differently, but there's people are people are people are people. Until we recognize that. Oh yeah, another big one is autonomy. I actually want to speak about that. I know I'm jumping from subject to matter, one subject to another. Is that we should never sacrifice our autonomy to anyone, even to our guru. Because I'm actually hurting myself here. Prabhupada said, blind following and absurd inquiries are condemned. So blind following. So we always have a right to make our own choices. We don't, you see this sometimes in ISKCON and other organizations, where there's someone who's a leader, has a particular philosophical slant, and everybody becomes a little clone-y. You know, clone. This means people are very unhappy because they're not able to be autonomous and come to their own decision in life. So, myself, in interactions with devotees, you know, the people who I guide, whatever, I don't want clones. It's like one of Prabhupada's favorite disciples was Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who used to argue with Prabhupada. Not in a bad way, but Prabhupada would say, do this, and he said, you know, there's that typical story where Prabhupada said, you're going to China. And he said, I'm not going. Prabhupada had to ultimately threaten him. Either you go or you just stay here and chant Hare Krishna at Mayapur. But the point is, he wasn't a clone of Prabhupada. He had his own way of doing things, own type of food he liked to eat. So we have to be very careful about this tendency of becoming like the clone army in Star Wars. I don't know if anyone's seen Star Wars here. You know, we should relish people's individuality and expressions and different cultures. It's just enjoyable. Like Prabhupada said, in the Krishna conscious movement, we're United Nations of the spiritual world, just like a flower garland has different colors to it, right? If you just have an all-white flower, I guess that's all white, sorry. Because these beautiful, smelly flowers. But anyway, if you have it's much better to have a flower garland with all these different colors in it, isn't it? It's so beautiful. So Prabhupada relished that. Independently thoughtful. So not only regard to person's, you know, nationality and stuff like that, but just like have their own opinions about things. Oh my God, and I see this sometimes in ISKCON, that people are like clones. Do you ever see that? It drives me bananas. There's an emotion. Why? Because I have a need for people to be able to express themselves and have relationships. And I want to be part of a society that everybody is recognized as a person, regardless of national origin, gender, race, whatever, like that, to be able to express themselves and be Krishna conscious. To me, that's very important. So, that's why I speak so much about these things. Okay. Another question. Yeah.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yeah.
My understanding is that as adults, we are responsible for our own needs than for the needs of others.
Mm-hmm.
But when we are raising children, they are, how to say, depend on us to fulfill their needs.
Right, right.
And I'm trying to understand the transition from the perspective of the children and also adults, because our experience is better of life.
Yeah.
We know all the, how to say, what could happen, and sometimes I would like some guidance, where the freedom and the fulfilling the needs of others becomes, how to say, I don't know, loosen up.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say you could share your experiences of life. I mean, usually stories are a really good way to communicate with children, saying that, when I was young, I went through this, and that, and I learned this, and that. And let them try to understand from other people's experiences. Like I even mentioned, like taking a child to a hospital and letting them see that it's not just my father saying, marijuana is not good for you, or whatever this is not good for you. It's reality. I remember the first time I saw a butcher shop. My mother took me into the butcher shop, and the experience was life-changing. To see some meat being put through a bandsaw. So experiences are very powerful. Stories are very powerful with children. Dry instructions, usually not too effective. Well, this is good for you. Ooh, I don't like the things that are good for me. So I would say that there's a method of communicating your experience, your knowledge, with the children that's not so pedantic. Pedantic means just like rote knowledge. And they, somehow or other, if you can connect. I remember going to school and having to learn things I had no interest in learning, like geography, for example. How does it connect to me? So the teacher never explained that. So it was something that was a real challenge for me. So if you can explain using stories in their own language to them how it's good for them, it'll be a lot easier. But use your experience. Obviously, we as adults have a lot of experience, and we made a lot of mistakes. We don't want the children to make the same mistakes. And our care for the children is based upon our own needs too. Like you can say, I have a need for you to be happy. I have a need for you to be functional and fulfilled in your life. I have a need for you to be healthy. I mean, that need of a parent for a child is a definitely deep-seated need. It's a personal need. And that's a special connection, the connection between a child and the parent, isn't it? That's a very, very special connection. And also we can have that connection with other people, that we really have that need for another person to be fulfilled, and Prabhupada had that need for us to be Krishna conscious. That was his personal need. That's part of compassion, that you really have that need. It's not a demand, it's a need to see you happy. Prabhupada gave an instruction to the temple president. He says, temple president's duty is make sure everyone is jolly and gets enough prasadam. And we have this prayer every morning, Chatur Virha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Svadana Triptim Hari Bhakta. The spiritual master sees everyone eating the 4 types of food, drunk, licked up, swallowed, etc., and he's very happy about it. So, he has this need to see people connected to Krishna, because you can't really separate your needs from other people's needs. It's all intertwined. We're all connected somehow or other. It's an interesting thing how we're all connected. Because we're connected to Krishna, so all of us have some sort of connection with each other, everyone. There's no one who I'm not connected to. And utilizing some of the tools in empathic communication, one can connect even to Ravan. I'm not saying make friends with him. That's a bad connection. But understand, what are his feelings and needs? I mean, poor Surpanaka. This poor girl, she was just in love. She had lost her husband because Ravan killed her husband. And this poor girl sees a handsome young man. Who would not fall in love with Ram? How can you blame her? She just happened to be a Rakshasini. And poor girl, you know, she's just expressing her emotions. And she gets her nose and ears cut off. You know, I'm just trying to be empathic with Surpanaka. It's true. And she's angry because of her need for love wasn't fulfilled. She's not all bad. You know, sometimes we think that people are really evil or bad and put a label on them, but they're just trying to fulfill needs. And of course, their strategy stinks. It's a horrible strategy because it interferes with other people's needs. But they're trying to fulfill needs. Everybody at all times, I'll state that again, everybody at all times is trying to fulfill their needs. But strategy and intelligence, that's what we need. Our feelings, our actions, our attempts to fulfill needs. Let's use a little strategy and actually fulfill our needs. The whole point about needs, too, you can fulfill one need, but not fulfill another need. So you really have to be intelligent how to strategize so that you're not interfering with another need while you're fulfilling one need. That's hard. All right, good question. That's a very good question. Hey, Shashri? We're just scratching the surface here.
Really? I like to go back to the example that you gave of someone, say, smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Because one approach is how to, you know, what is the eventual consequences of the action?
Yeah.
But then also, what is the need behind the smoking? Because what is the the driving factor for that? And let's say for the one, I'm going to give an example that I, as a parent, I know other parents may go through in terms of electronics and video games and the type of stimulation that kids get.
Right.
So when I look at that, you know, I ask myself, and a lot of times it's actually connection that
That's right.
that my child and other child are looking for, because that's now become the medium for which the children communicate. And, you know, looking for other ways to develop that connection and inviting people over or having in-person play or just doing something with the child so that it meets the need for connection, and they put it, at least for 1 hour, they put the
Good.
But I guess what I'm bringing up is, you know, for us to have that moment of introspection about what is this thing serving for that person? What is the
need?
What is the need that the cigarette or the video game or whatever it is fulfilling? And, you know, how can we engage that need?
Yeah, in a healthy way.
In a healthy way.
Very good.
I want to show something where I just said, okay, one. So I want to draw an image of an iceberg, and I think it really helps with this concept of understanding that behind every action there is a need or an attempt to meet a need. So often what we see is just the stuff above the ground, right? So in an iceberg, we know that most of it actually stays under the ground, and we don't see it, and there's just a little bit of part of the iceberg that's above the ground. And that is people's preferred strategies, right? So for example, a child wants to play video games for 5 hours, or somebody wants to smoke, or somebody wants to talk on the phone with their friend. These are all strategies, ways to fulfill needs, which is the stuff that we don't see. And it's actually the big part. And if we can empathize with this part, which is so invisible and under the ground, then it creates a very compelling invitation for them to explore other strategies that meet maybe other needs, such as also a need for health. Like 5 hours of video game may be great for connection with your friends, but it kind of sacrifices this need for health and well-being and movement. And so that ability to like expand and hold other needs comes from empathizing with this part that is invisible and under the ground.
Very good. In other words, recognizing their need and other needs that they have, and helping them, facilitating them, and understanding those needs. You know, because ultimately it's their choice. When you're dealing with children who are a little older, it's their choice. I mean, you may take the video game thing away from them, then they can get another one, hide it under their bed sheets, you know. I've seen that many times. So they have their bed like that, and they're doing video games at night. But really, we should be facilitating people in understanding their own feelings and needs and different strategies.
And one can also think of this iceberg in terms of like the conflicts that happen in a community, right? So all we see is the stuff above the ground. Women should not be gurus. Women can be gurus, right? That's all the stuff above the iceberg. That's just a minor part. It's the positions, the strategies, the stances, the opinions. But underneath all of that, you know, if we can talk on the level of needs, a lot of our conflicts in ISKCON can be resolved.
Yeah. Conflict resolution. So, who else has a question? That does it with a question? Yeah, we have a lot of questions here. Yeah. Mike?
Like, what's the difference between need and responsibility, like in context of like fulfilling the needs as a parent, and then like seeing to fulfill the responsibility for the kids? And
it's also a need to be responsible. That's integrity. You understand? That I'm responsible, I'm truthful, like that. So that's a need. To be responsible in society, and to be responsible to yourself, responsible to your kids. These are all needs. It's not the responsibility of something else other than needs. It is a need for connection. Why would one want to be responsible? To connect. All right? One more question. Actually, time's drawing to a close. Okay.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Hare Krishna Mataji, my pranams to you. Thank you for this wonderful empathic communication based on needs. So we are talking about needs the whole time since morning, and I see not only physical needs but needs for community, inclusion, appreciation. They are listed there. And Maharaj said that the needs are not only for human being, they are species, for all the species. My question is that so many times I get this.
Can you not speak so closely to the microphone? It gets really bassy. It's hard to understand.
Okay.
Keep the microphone a little distance away.
Okay. So my question is that so many times I hear from and maybe my understanding is not correct, that especially in Krishna consciousness, thinking about needs is not considered within the Krishna consciousness, like good in Krishna consciousness. It's always about just connecting with Krishna, connecting with Guru, and needs means self-centeredness. I want to understand that what is the right way of thinking it. And the other thing is that we have come from outside society to Krishna conscious society. So outside also, people have, like as we said, we can experience, everybody has these needs. They have needs there. Same needs of inclusion, appreciation, worth, self-worth. So how is it different? How should we deal with these needs being in Krishna conscious society?
Okay. Let me answer, first of all, by reading something from Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur that I noted down. So, this is Bhakti Vinod Thakur. There's a need for some arrangements in order to attain a favorable condition in those two bodies. He's talking about gross and subtle body. First, in order to maintain the gross body, there's a need to accumulate a house, household items, grains, and drinks. Oh my God. For the prosperity of the subtle body, one needs proper knowledge and proper occupation. In order to make the bodies completely favorable for devotional service, there's a need to situate them above the modes of nature. Due to the result of fruit of activities from time immemorial, whatever nature and desires a living entity develops is certainly a mixture of goodness, passion, and ignorance. By first enriching the mode of goodness, one should diminish and defeat passion and ignorance and make goodness prominent. When the mode of goodness is completely under the control of devotional service, then it becomes nirguna. By following this gradual process, one's body, mind, and environment become fit for devotional service. Very interesting quote. Yes, people who are on the path of devotional service and people who are not on the path have the same needs. The point is, several points. The point is that those that are not on the path of devotional service have not recognized the need for connection to Krishna. And those who have recognized the need, but they all may be struggling with lower needs. Lower needs doesn't mean bad needs, it just means needs on the need ladder that we need to take care of in order to progress in a stable fashion in devotional service. Prabhupada gives the example in the the Srimad Bhagavatam, the story of the Gajendra Mokshana, how Gajendra was not in the proper environment, in other words, metaphorically not fulfilling his needs. And therefore he wasn't able to fight with the crocodile. Gajendra was an elephant. And Prabhupada gave the example that people need to be in an ashram that is favorable to fulfilling their needs so they can remain stable in devotional service. For some people, or most people, that means being married, having a job, having a house. And for others, like me, it means freedom. So freedom to say anything. You can get, it's nice being old because you can get away with saying any damn thing. So that's what Prabhupada said. Prabhupada said, I can say this, he was talking to the young disciples, but you cannot talk like that because then I'm an old man. So anyway, for everybody it's different. Some people are happy in one way. So everybody has those needs. And the interesting thing is that we are talking with people who have not yet recognized that they have a need to be Krishna conscious. If we empathize with their needs, they're more likely to join us. Why do you think so many other religious groups are expanding quickly? Does anyone know? Because their social needs are being fulfilled by that religious group. We're babies in that regard. I mean, one time, Jai Shri took me into one of the churches around here. Remember that? Of course, they treated me like I was an alien coming from Mars or something like that. Who's that guy? But I could see, during their church service, there was so much social cohesion, right? You remember that? I learned a lot from that. Everyone was joining hands. I'm not saying we do that. Everyone was joining hands and chanting, glorifying, praise the Lord, and everything like that. But there was, social cohesion. And people have that need. So I experienced one time, it was one of the devotees I was preaching to years and years and years ago. And he said, I said, I'm a vegetarian. And he says, oh, I can cook some vegetarian things. Can I make spaghetti for you? And some people say, non-devotee? Cooking? Ew. Your mind will become wicked, Maharaj. I'm still here. So, your mind will become wicked. So I said, yeah. He cooked the spaghetti. I ate it. Anyway, it took me a while to overcome the effects of the karma. No, but anyway. And because of that acceptance, he became a devotee. And that was years ago. So Prabhupada said our movement expands by these exchanges. So if someone wants to do something for me, and they may be, haven't recognized. I'm not going to use the word karmi or non-devotee. I said they just don't know about Krishna yet. That's all. They have amnesia. They're one of my relatives that have amnesia. And, just do the reciprocation with them. Of course, don't break the principles, but do the reciprocation with them. That's what people want. I mean, I'm just like New Goloka, for example. We tried to instill that atmosphere. The people, loving spirit between all the devotees. And I'm sure many of you will say, this is what attracted you to New Goloka. I got people coming from other temples and saying that to me. And it's simply that one thing, loving relationships between the devotees, cooperation, working together, no designation, no party spirit. And it's a recipe for success. So devotees, non-devotees, it's exactly the same. I don't see any difference. Except they have not yet understood Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam. They haven't understood that yet.
I want to add, so the needs are the same, right? Every human, in fact, Maharaj is saying every species has the same needs. It's a matter of what strategy we choose to fulfill our needs. So for example, all the strategies I choose, I want them to be supportive of my Krishna consciousness. So yes, I have a need for recreation and play, but going to a casino is not going to be supportive to my Krishna consciousness. So I'm going to choose yoga and swimming and other things instead. Right? So even though it's a hierarchy of needs and there are many needs, we want to choose strategies that support this ultimate need of taking shelter of Krishna.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. And there was something, there's an exercise I really wanted to do, get everyone's feedback. Oh, actually, I have one question I want to ask before. Do we need money? We need money? Is that there on the list? What do you all think? It's a strategy. I would take gold instead. Or, I would take like a bunch of servants who would just bring me anything I wanted. I wouldn't have to use my credit card. So it's a strategy. If you see money as a need, that's not good. It's a strategy to fulfill needs. And there's other strategies too. I'm not saying we give up money. Okay, so what's that? Yeah, ask a question. A want, a desire is a strategy. Anything you want, like I want a new car. Why? Why do you want a new car? Answer it. All right, so you want a truck, you want a cyber truck. So, no. You want a truck because well, this is actually spiritual, fulfills your need to pull the chariot yourself.
So, will that be a want or a need?
To connect to Krishna. It's a strategy. The need is to connect to Krishna, to celebrate. Rath Yatra is a celebration. But the need isn't a truck. Like say, I need a car. Okay, I have a car, don't worry. But let's say I need a car. Why do I need a car? You could say transportation. No, but that's not your need. But why do you need transportation? Well, I need to work. That's not a need. Why do you need to work? To support my family. And that's a need, taking care of one's loved ones. So, if you get down to the basics, what a need is, that's important. Okay, time is running short. We have to end at 4, right? Ooh, just when we're having fun. So I wanted to do an exercise that's going to be really fun, and it's really topical, and it's really political. Don't worry, it's not about the President of the United States. You all know that we have this discussion going on right now, I'm a member of the committee, about whether ladies can become gurus or not. Anyway, everybody knows where I stand. So look at the person next to you. Don't tell them they're going to become a guru. That's not the point. And tell them, one person, take the part of someone who's telling the other person something. Because even the men can tell that to each other. Make believe you're a lady. Not too much, don't make believe. Tell the other person, because you're the female gender, you cannot take any leadership position in ISKCON. You can, not only the guru, you cannot become guru. You should simply be humble and submissive to your husband. And I want to hear the reaction of the person who gets told that. And I'll try that with Sri Radhika while the rest all right, we'll start now. You got 5 minutes to do that. And here's some sharing and realizations. Okay. All right. That's a quick 5 minutes. Because we have limited time, is any of the men willing to share how they felt as a woman being told that? First, I'd like to ask any of the men to share. Any of the men want to share? Yeah.
We were discussing this, your question, what exercise. So I said, Mataji, that look, I'm giving you options to choose. One, you can become Diksha Guru, Siksha Guru, anything. I am the GBC ISKCON chairman. GBC chairman. So I want to authorize you, but you have to choose. You want to become one Diksha Guru, Siksha Guru, leader, so on and so forth, or you want to surrender to your husband, Haripad Prabhu, and do everything what he says. This is what my question was to her. She said, Prabhupada said one time that ladies are less intelligent. I said, I don't accept, because this question have come many times, but people don't know what context Prabhupada said that. So we make decisions a lot of times not knowing, we make up our mind not knowing the context, and we get often wrong. So don't quote me, I'm not going to accept that. Prabhupada said they are less, ladies are less intelligent. I don't accept that. Simply.
Right, very good. Very good. So I want one of the men who was taking the part of a woman. This is called role playing, so you can understand things. I want one of the men who's taking part of the women. How do they feel being told? I'll give you an example. What I did with Radhika, I told her the women are less intelligent, they shouldn't be educated, they shouldn't have a job, they should just stay in the kitchen and be obedient to their husbands. And her response was what? What had you feel?
And she said, I felt pain, despair, hopelessness, hurt, anger, frustration. I felt upset.
What are your needs?
I want to matter. I want to be seen and acknowledged for all my gifts and talents. I want acceptance, appreciation. Those are.
That's good. So any of the men here who took the part of, the role of a lady, like to express how they felt being told that they were limited in their service? They just had to behave themselves? Anyway, any of the men? None of them? We already did, you might have. Let's do someone else. Any of the men here? All right, any of the men were women? Sorry. No. Okay. Yeah, we have one back there.
Maharaj, could you please repeat the question, Maharaj? Sorry.
The question is that you were going to split up into twos, and one person was going to tell the other person, because they were a lady or in a lady's body, they couldn't do this, 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 and that, especially become gurus. How would the person being told they couldn't do this, 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 and that feel? How do they feel? Any of the people, all right, so any of the people, any of the ladies can express that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay to go ahead. Yeah. So, if somebody is telling a woman that you cannot be a guru, especially when it comes to the matters of guru, spiritual knowledge, I would feel pity on them. Because it's not that I want to prove myself, but the whole spiritual knowledge is based on the soul. If Krishna is wanting to flow from his soul, that is unstoppable, if the institution agrees or not.
That's good, that's philosophy, but how do you feel?
Feel?
You get angry?
Not really. I feel sad.
Sad, that's
sad.
Good.
Sad because an authoritative figure in an institution is not doing justice to the souls. That's why I feel sad.
And what do you feel like doing?
I feel...
what strategy do you want to...
I would voice what I feel clearly, that with due respect, this is about the spiritual knowledge. It's not about me or you, how I feel or how you feel, but this is about the spiritual knowledge. So I would express why I feel the way I feel.
Good, you'd express it. Would you feel like cooperating in such a society?
I would want to be a part of that society and show change is possible.
That's good. There's a revolutionary for you.
Yes. If they see that the change is possible, and in a nice way, they would want to agree. They would want to cooperate with me. not that I have to cooperate with them.
Thank you. That is a wonderful response. That instead of feeling discouraged, it's like, I'm going to make a change. They don't know who they're dealing with. That's actually good. That's the way I would take it. So, very nice. Thank you, Ujjwala. So, who else here? And now we're going to have another firebrand.
I was wanting to get a very genuine response out of Radhika, so I looked at her and I said, okay. I said, so I'm grandfathered in because I'm on the corporate paperwork, but from going forward, there won't be any possibility of you having any leadership positions or being a guru in ISKCON. And she said,
Felt like my stomach dropped. And I just felt like, I don't want to be here then.
Yeah, you didn't want to be. That was the same result she'd rather get. Just let me get out of here. So, okay, I'm in, of course, it's after 4 already. But what I'm trying to point out is if we want to attract people to the Krishna consciousness movement, and Prabhupada had this vision, again, I'm repeating the Champaka, not Champaka, and the Panchatattva had this vision of attracting everybody to Krishna consciousness. We really have to open up the floodgates and not be discouraging half the world's population. Because if we eliminate half the world, the real world out there, we're cutting our throats. Anyway, that's a political message. Does anybody have any further questions before we end for today? Because we have to end.
One thing that keeps people away is the way we present ourselves, dress-wise. Shaved hair.
I love your hair.
He doesn't shave his hair.
I have no problem with long hair. It's just my particular role. I have a bald head. I don't have a choice either. Unless I do have a choice. I can get a transplant. So who else has a question? Yes. Microphone. Mic.
If someone requests us politely something, but we are not in a situation to do that because of maybe overloaded with certain things, so how to say no politely without hurting their feelings?
How to say no without hurting someone's feelings?
Yes.
The way we say no is by not saying no, we express our own feelings and needs. When you said this, this is just the process. It doesn't have to be done exactly like it. If it's done like that, it's too ritualistic. But to express that, I'm feeling a lot of anxiety right now because I have a need to pick up my child from school. I need to I'm just completely exhausted. Whatever. It's not just excuse making. Your real need, the need for rest. Exhausted, express it like that. Would you be willing to take a rain check on that? Rain check means, could I do that tomorrow for you? Or would you be willing to talk to someone else? Would you be willing? Because if you flat out say no, then it will create sometimes an unfavorable response from the other person. There's a whole chapter. I have what I've been referring to here is a whole workbook. And it literally is weeks and weeks and weeks of exercises and points in empathic communication. I mean, there's a whole chapter here about how to raise children. In my book, there's quite a few pages. We have these books. We have 13 copies of the books left. So if anyone wants a copy of the book, it deals with all these other specific subject matters. And you might find it interesting. And if anyone has any questions that are on there, free to write to me or to Sri Radhika about these subject matters. And I have more complete seminars that are on my YouTube channel, Bir Krishna Goswami YouTube channel. More complete seminars that we did in Gita Nagari, Chicago, Croatia, Serbia, and Slovenia. So you're all welcome to look at the more question. I'm happy to talk about these things. And if anyone wants a copy of the book and we don't have enough, they just email me and I'll email them a e-copy of the book. Okay? So I think we have to end because we have to get everything. You have a video you wanted to show.
Yes, so just want to share just a minute of part of a course that I'm currently teaching. It's called Relational Leadership for Couples. And this is just the part that the participants in this course are sharing their appreciation for Maharaj, just as an offering of gratitude.
While this loads, we also just want to express our gratitude to Sri Radhika Mataji and Bir Krishna Maharaj for taking the time to give out this insightful seminar. Haribo!
And also for Sri Radhika for coming all the way here.
Yes, from Chicago.
Great trouble to come here from Chicago.
She didn't even hesitate.
Great expense, which we paid her back for. So. Okay.
I would encourage you to keep practicing. Big things, small things.
Thank you. And I also use the list of Bir Krishna Goswami lectures.
Yeah.
It's kind of desire free. So I listen to I drive a lot for work, so I just have something playing in the background whenever I'm driving.
Oh, I can't tell you how nourished I am. How nourished I am because, I want to contribute to the lives of devotees. I want to share something that's working for me. Thank you, Mikhail Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Hearts to you. Haribo.
Yeah, even I listened to Bir Krishna Goswami's lecture for the first time in my life. I actually went through one full lecture of this.
Yay!
Yeah, I don't think I've heard him before either. So, yeah, he's really extremely relatable. Not like esoteric concepts that a lot of swamis go into, and too much slokas quoting or translating Sanskrit. It's like English, It's like words I can understand. And he's just talking about empathy and compassion, so it's pretty direct. And I was gonna go through more of that list.
Yeah.
I also find him very, very human-like.
Human.
Yeah, because he, I wouldn't expect a Swami to, be so relatable. He's very funny, I think.
Yeah, his humanity is so endearing.
Yes.
His Holiness Bir Krishna Maharaj ki
Jai.